TRRS Friendship Triangle. TRRS Sankara. Rob, you should consider yourself lucky to bear witness to the Capybara Revolution. TRRS Rob Mode 2.
You can count on me, you're gonna have a good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I have that same shirt.
Two sibilants. You can count on me. You're gonna have a good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Goodness gracious. What a start to the stream. Wonderful. An early hype train before the music even stopped. I don't know. I guess so. I guess it's what's happening. I guess that is what is happening. Alana, thank you, sir. The tier 2 sub. 9 months of tier 2 from Alana. Thank you, Alana. Dimitri, 2 months of tier 3. We're in month 2. Dimitri, I feel like you've been here the last year and a half.
You can count on me. You're gonna
Only
have a
2
good
months.
old Rob to talk you through all this.
Looking forward to many more. From Dmitry Ulyanov. Thank you, Dmitry. Kijiji Genie. Thanks for the 15 months of tier 1. Thank you so much, Kijiji Genie. Bearing witness to the Capybara Revolution, that's right. Metal Dipshit as well. 10 months of tier 1 from Metal Dipshit. Thank you, Metal Dipshit. When you say the same shirt, do you mean the plaid one or the blue, the Expo shirt underneath?
You can count on me. You're gonna have a good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Tyler Madsen. Thank you for gifting 2 tier 1 subs as well. Thank you, Tyler. Very kind of you. Ian DJ Cooper. 6 months of tier 1. Thank you, Ian. Thank you very much.
You can
Ian,
count on
I appreciate
me.
that
You're
a
gonna
lot.
have a good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Comrade Social Distancing. Gifting 2 tier
You can
1
count on
subs.
me. You're
Comrade
gonna have a good
Social
old
Distancing.
Rob
Thank you
to
so
talk you
much for
through all
that.
this.
Happy Monday. Happy Capybara Day.
505 gifted subs from Comrade Social Distancing. That's absolutely ridiculous. Outrun, thanks for gifting a sub. I appreciate you so much, Outrun. Thank you very much. To I Like Lennon. You know, we also like I like Lennon, so I'm glad that I Like Lennon has a sub as well. And Squatch Drew.
You can count on me. You're gonna have a good old Rob to talk you through all this.
11
Love
months.
spending our
tier
last
2.
days here with all of you.
11 months of tier 2 from Squatch Drew. Squatch, thanks so much for all the support. I appreciate it a lot. Lack of XP. 9 months of tier 1 from Lack of XP. Thank you very, very much. Lack of XP. Love spending your last days here. I'm sure it's going to be fine. I'm sure it's not as bad as all that. Everything's going to be A-okay. All right? No problem. No problem here at all. Outrun. Just a dumb mod gifting a sub. You're not pushing a dumb Outrun. You're a brilliant man. You're a beautiful, brilliant man. And I respect you. So happy to hear Red Scary also feeling very mentally healthy. I am as well. I feel very mentally sort of with it. Ready to go.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
A whole
Goodness.
year. Thanks for putting up with me and for providing the great content, smiley face.
Red Jam. We love you, Red Jam. For an entire year, 14 months of tier 3 from Red Jam. We wouldn't have it any other way. When we say the pit bull of the TRRS, but not like the dog, like the Cuban rapper. That's what I mean when I call Red Jam the pit bull of the show. Mr. Worldwide. That's what everyone knows. Everyone knows Red Jam as this. He's commonly referred to as this. 14 months is a year on Jam's planet. That's right. Because instead of 24 hours a day, he's operating on 22 hours a day. Right? He's on another level of everyone. I don't know if the math works out on that. I have no clue if the math works out on that. He's on 22 hours a day. And so that's why there's that extra month in there. What have you been talking about so far? I literally just got here. I just sat down.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I don't even know what year timeline this is anymore. No, nor do I. Rylan, thanks very much for gifting a sub. Rylan caught some of the stream on the lunch break. We love that. No, you didn't miss anything. I was out this morning. Like it's basically March break in Quebec right now, this week. For the rest of Canada, usually it's next week. In Quebec, we do it a week early. I don't know why that is. That's just how we operate here. So it's March break right now. So my son Elliot is home this whole week. So this morning we went to the Biodome. We went to the Biodome in Montreal. If you saw in the Discord, I was posting some images in the Discord. Saw a bunch of critters and creatures. It's so the English and French don't mix. Yeah, we don't want anything to do with that. We don't want anything to do with that at all. It's March break at my college. I teach at right now, too. Yeah. Yeah, with Polly Shore. That's right. Polly Shore was there with Stephen Baldwin. Saw a bunch of creatures. You went to see the 1996 comedy film Biodome. Correct. That's absolutely correct. With Polly Shore and Stephen Baldwin. With the cool haircut. That's right, Squatch. He's got the braids. He's really like, I added this light blue into my color mix in the light, and it kind of outshines the chat. Thanks so much for kicking off the stream with such amazing amounts of hype, folks. Look at that, a level 5 hype train right off the bat. Look at this, is incredible amounts of support here. Did they let you throw lemons into the capybara's water? No, they weren't in it. So yeah, I didn't. You all know I like capybaras. We saw some capybaras this morning. They weren't having like a steamy citrus bath though. They were more relaxing they have a little like pond that they live at. in the sort of rainforest biome. And they were just kind of chilling in the sand. There was lunchtime, so they were having little salads. They were having some little salads. And the woman that works there placing some vegetables around there, so they have a little like salad bowl. They have a little salad bowl, but they're strategically placing some bell peppers and lettuce and other stuff around, like on tree branches and stuff, so they can feel like they're foraging. So they feel like, okay, this is like, I'm not just being handed this. This isn't just a handout. They can feel like they're really like strategic peppers. That's right. They can really feel like they're doing it on their own. And it was sad because like a lot of these creatures are rescued, and one of the capybaras had 3 legs. He was missing a leg, and he was hobbling around on his 3 legs while he was eating his salad. He was killing it though. He was killing it. It was no problem. Would have been on the news if the lemon bath went down. Leftist streamer invades habitat. That's right. I want to get in there with them. I want to chill out in the steamy citrus bath with them. It seems delightful. Pretty cool. We can, if you want, we can look at some of my photos from the biodome today. They don't seem like they've all uploaded. Why are only some of my pictures here? Why are only, like, before we get started talking about this real crazy shit. I can show you though the 3-legged capybara. I can show you this. Hold on. We got plenty of time to talk about this wild shit. See, there he is. And he's hobbling around on his 1 leg. See? I was just hanging out with this guy a few hours ago. Three-Legged Capybara was my second favorite Alice in Chains album. Visually, Red Jam is a human man. Legally and spiritually, he's a capybara. That's right. That's correct. There's eating his little salad. See? He's having a little snack. Lauren Bobert tells me you're under occupation up there. How you're holding up? We're doing okay. They haven't come for me yet. He's having a little snack. That's the light kind of streaming through the... This guy too. See, there's some strategically placed lettuce there. This guy's enjoying. Some strategic lettuce has been placed for him to kind of find. Right? That's nice. Right? I don't know. For some reason, not all my photos are uploaded yet, though. I don't know why that is. I guess you'll have to wait. You'll have to wait till next time for that. I'm always fucking thrilled whenever I find an entire romaine leaf out in the wild. That's right. If you find it, you're allowed to eat it. Just bear with me here. Eating a silly little salad out of a silly little bowl. That's right. It's not a burger. It's a sandwich in like a... Oh, shit. I lost my pepper there. It's a sandwich in in an egg bun. Got some salami and pepperoni on there. Some mayo, some pepperoncinis, some cheese. It's fine. Okay, it was just a little vinegar on the keyboard there. No problem. It'll wash right off. So just bear with me here, because I came back from the biodome. I had to make some lunch. I made some macaroni and cheese as well, which I ate prior to this. A little bowl of that. I had to go to the pet food store, like I had to go to like the special vet to get Momo, my cat, special food. It was chopped, Old Dutch. Of course it was. Of course it was. You know this. Share a sandwich? Okay, here we go. I can give you a I already bit into this side, so I'll just go over here. Take a big bite. All right, there you go. So yeah, I had to go get Momo special food, because of course Momo, the princess cat, I can't just get her like normal meow mix or whatever from the store. No. No. I can't go buy her cheap meow mix from the store. She has to have the special food from the vet. The digestive kind with fiber response, though. That's very key. If you get the digestive kind without the fiber, if you get the digestive blend without the fiber response, what are you even doing? What are you doing? So I had to go $97, this food. I had to spend $97 on cat food. You believe this? It was a pretty big bag. Usually I get the $50 bag, and I was like, you know what, I keep running out, and then it creates all these problems, so I'll go get this big one. $97 of cat food. This fucking animal. I too have an occasionally shitty kitty. The problem is she doesn't, this cat doesn't poop if you don't get her the proper food. It just doesn't. And then it creates she gets all blocked up. And it creates all these health issues. So I've got to get the special fiber response food so her digestive system is operating normally. I just spent $97.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Oh my. C'est quoi ça? Metal Dipshit. Oh my goodness, Metal Dipshit. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I need these subs to pay for all this goddamn cat food. I've got to get this $97 cat food so she poops properly. Otherwise she gets all blocked up and it creates all kinds of problems. Thank you very much, Metal Dipshit. I appreciate it, and Momo.
You can count on me. Well. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
James, thanks for gifting a sub. Momo's getting up there in the years. She's like 11 or 12 years old now.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Ms. Squatch. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Mr. Squatch, already an elite member of the Friendship Triangle, and now Ms. Squatch as well. Rockets right up to that elite tier. Unbelievable. Thank you, Ms. Squatch. chewing in the mic ASMR. Listen, we've been skipping out on the chit chat zone. We've been skipping out on the chit chat zone the last couple of days. And I know that's why everyone tunes into this program. For the chit chat. I know you want to hear all about my cat's digestive system. Apparently you do, according to the subscriptions that are coming in here. I know there's important things, geopolitical events going on right now. And the main thing people tune in to this show, though, for is to hear me talk about snacks and beverages, apples, and my cat's digestive system. That's why we're here. Please tell me more about your cat's actual shit. That's literally what I'm talking about right now. Jesus. Jeezum Crow. What about we don't need to hear about my stuff. Okay, I'm okay. Nothing to report. Nothing to report on that front. Totally regular guy over here. All good. I tuned in for Ukraine stuff but stayed with the capybara photos and cat shit. I mean, I did say that this is a psychic damage healing zone or recovery zone. And if you've been looking at you've been spending some time online this weekend, you've been taking some severe psychic damage, probably. You've been taking some severe psychic damage. Okay? So we need to cleanse, we need to all cleanse from that. And that's part of it. And I'm just going to take... Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the... Okay. I'm taking this color out of the color spectrum. It should be gone now. Not a bowel cleanse, no. I love capybaras, no complaints here. I need my psychic damage healed. That's what this is about. That's what this segment is about. The chit chat zone. Reddit somehow found a way to become a worse place. I have not. The only subreddit I can look at right now is Jen Zedong. That's the only refuge on all of Reddit. Every single other subreddit right now is completely intolerable. It's just completely fucking intolerable. Yeah, I saw the... Yeah, Comrade Social Distancing. I saw the Avengers Endgame. Where Russia is Thanos and Ukraine's president is Captain America. I saw. Reddit is now 99% Avengers memes. Please cast mass cure wounds on all of us. That's what this segment is all about. In fact, that's why we're not quite leaving. RC No is still alright. Okay, well, maybe I should subscribe to that one as well. That's why we're still in the chit chat zone. The soccer Reddit, which is normally just kind of racist, has been fucking insane. I haven't opened Reddit in like 3 days. Considering how like soccer fascists are like a central component. It's like a central component to the current crisis that's exploding into war and conflict now. Soccer fascists played a large role in this. To be fair, the Avengers stuff isn't all that inaccurate because the Avengers canonically work for NATO, if I recall correctly. That is actually true, yeah. That is actually true. If the Avengers were real right now, they would just be going in like fucking... The Hulk would be going and tearing up Russian tanks and everything, just throwing them into the sun or whatever at this time. Captain America goes up to Azov Battalion. He's like, I never thought I'd be fighting side by side with a fascist. And the Azov guy's like, how about side by side with a friend? And they do the Arnold handshake. Or he's like, I never thought I'd be fighting side by side with a fascist. And the Azov Battalion guy is like, yes, you did. Yes, you did, Captain America. Come on. Someone's gonna have to make that meme. Looking at Red Skull, perhaps I was too harsh. Listen, Red Skull is he's just an anti-Soviet nationalist. Sorry, he's just an anti-Soviet nationalist. You got some in every country. It's actually not that big of a deal. Think about it. Are we supposed to take out Spider-Man and SpongeBob? They don't have any heroes. We have a country in front of us with a large population and a large landmass. It doesn't have any heroes. All their heroes are cartoon characters. They're all fictional. Truer words were never spoken. My God, did he ever fucking nail us on that one? Red Skull's just a German freedom fighter. Actually, criticizing Red Skull as ableist. Chin chin, everyone. Chin chin. Outrun, this is for you. Okay? As you can see, it's 2 for $5 special at the store. Because I'm a plebeian now that doesn't get free energy drinks anymore. Here we go. Chin chin.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Oh, my. Sam Sater, what a fucking nightmare. Oh, my goodness. Everyone, get to the bunker. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Thank you very much for the raid, Majority Report. Welcome. Bring it on in here. We're talking about important geopolitical events. There's a lot of, I don't know if you've read the news lately. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of stuff going on right now, folks. I don't know if you've noticed this. Smash the follow button if you want to subscribe. Or if you want to chat. Subscribe if you want, though, as well. I'm killing it. Yeah, I've been talking we are going to be talking about these important geopolitical events at some point. Right now, I was just talking about my trip to the Montreal Biodome this morning to see the capybaras and other animals and critters. I was also spending some time talking about my cat's digestive system. I don't know if you're interested. Can I interest you in that? We talked about that a little bit. I still can't get rid of that color. This light is really messed up. Hell? Confirm. I can't do it.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through
Doesn't
all
work.
this.
Great. Comrade and social distancing. Thanks for the gifted sub. Hell yeah. My goodness. My cat tore up the carpet in our new place. Oh no. I've got my cat I've got my cat scratching posts and stuff. So it's like, so she won't tear up the sofa and like tear up the wood shit on the walls. We got those little arches. I don't know what you call that. Get her the scratching post. She doesn't care. She doesn't want it. She's like, get that away from me. I don't want this. I only like tearing this shit up when it's expensive. I only like to do it when it bothers you. I only like to do it when it makes you angry, okay? This is how she treats me. It's a fucking hostage situation that I'm in here. I think wood shit on the walls is a technical term. Okay. My cat threw up on my couch this morning. Don't have carpet, so we had to do it in the only fabric in the house. That's right. You can't do it on that hard floor. Nope. Nope. Gotta make sure you do it on the bed or the sofa. One of those two places. If Momo is as stupid as my cat just to be shown how to use the scratching post. I mean, I've tried. I've tried this. It's not a burger, it's just a sandwich in an egg bun. Momo attacking the door framing. It's just cats doing direct action as part of their own process of social reproduction. Oh, that's good stuff. That's very good stuff. My cat's claws aren't sharp because he insists on sharpening them on my doormat. And I keep offering him my nice couch, but to no avail. Isn't it better to do it on the doormat than the couch? the Shining meme. But it's Momo busting through the door with Rob terrified in the corner. Where's my special food? God. Hey, vexing thoughts. Yeah, I was saying to any new viewers, any new chatters, right before the stream started, I've got to get my cat special food. Special food from the pet store. Like the veterinarian. They got the special food at the veterinarians with the fiber. The special fiber. It's the only food that her digestive system gets all messed up. Does this mean Momo was the real tip of the friendship triangle? Yes, that's right. It's Momo, and then my son. I'm down there somewhere. I don't know how. Then I'm a few layers down in that hierarchy. Red Scary, and then I'm below, a little slightly below that. Lodane. Somewhere, and I'm up there somewhere. I'm still pretty high up there. Rob, darling, light of my life, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just going to scratch your eyes out. I'm going to scratch them right the fuck out. It's pretty much how it goes. Yeah. I'm almost ready to talk about real stuff. A Jack Nicholson cat would be fairly cool. Momo and Stephen King's The Shinny Thing. Give me the cat toy, Rob. Stop swinging the cat toy. Give me the cat toy. The Shiny. Okay, I guess I probably should have read The Shiny Thing. That made more sense. That made more sense in hindsight, but sometimes I'm just reading what's on the screen. All cat food and no fiber response makes Momo a dull kitty. How do you like it? I'm afraid of the civil war that will occur after Rob steps down. The Momoist versus the Robsonis. Gonna be very intense. Goodness gracious. Maybe we should just do this all day. Wouldn't this be nice? Maybe we should just talk about this stuff all day. Huh? No? Nah. Give me the psychic damage I want and need. Yes, Banana Grabber, yes. You got me turned on to Steely Dan. My life has changed. We absolutely love it. We absolutely love it, Banana Grabber. You've taken the Dan pill. You've taken the Dan pill. Gaucho, I was just listening to it in the car. Annoying my whole annoying my family driving to the Biodome. Singing the Cuervo Gold. The fine Colombian. Make tonight a wonderful thing. High in the Custardome, Jay Leno's fire truck official. Bodacious cowboys, such as your friend, will never be welcome here. You know, I'm often saying that. Time out of mind is great. Just give me a few moments before the Dan band starts coming in. We're still in the chit-chat zone. Time out of mind is great. It's great when the god, Michael McDonald, comes in that last chorus. And you just get that, you get that little taste. You get that little taste of Michael McDonald just for a moment, and it's gone again. I've never heard much of Becker's solo work, I must admit. But I do love Don Fagen's solo album, The Nightfly, which is really like the spiritual successor to Gaucho. Some great tracks on that one. I was trying to show you more images from... Yeah, IGY is the big song off that one. The Goodbye Look, I really like that one. And New Frontier, I was trying to remember the name of it. New Frontier on the Don Fagen album. God, it's very good. Okay. Is that enough chit chat? Are we ready for this now? What's up, encouraging people? Have we chit chatted enough? Are we ready to dive in here? Very, very happy that people are taking the Dan pill. Are we ready to put on our psychic damage helmets? This is probably a good thing to start with. I haven't listened to this yet. Are we ready to do this? So, to any new chatters that have just joined us today, to any new chatters that have just joined us, I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's some conflict going on in Ukraine. You probably haven't been paying attention to this, but a few days ago, Russia kind of invaded Ukraine. This is breaking news, in case you're not aware of this. And I will say up front that I was one of those tankies that was right up until the day this happened, kind of loudly and confidently predicting that it would not happen. Excuse me. So that's been a bit of a learning experience for me. Because but it's also actually been very instructive. Because if you've been watching this channel over the last couple of weeks, we've spent a long time talking about this conflict as the sort of propaganda war was ramping up. And while I was kind of like confidently predicting that this invasion would not happen, as were many others, like many people that I kind of take my cues on this from. No one predicted besides the US accidentally predicting it. That's right. But one thing that I think has been really valuable that we've done over the last couple of weeks, to be fair, this is insane. It is, yeah. And Putin is bad. That's true. This is a Greenwald tweet. I don't know. It just closed. I think this is going to be valuable to listen to this comment from Noam, though. One thing that has been really valuable over the last couple of weeks, though, as I've been kind of really downplaying the possibility of this happening, but what we have done, and Putin is bad, okay? In case you're not aware that that's my position, I do think Putin is bad. I'm not playing Glenn, but Glenn shared this comment from Noam Chomsky. So take that for what it will. Take that for what you will. So Putin bad. Number one, in case we're not clear on this. One thing that has been really valuable, I think, about this stream over the last couple of weeks, though, which I hope people could back me up on this, which is, even though I admit to kind of getting parts of this wrong, definitely, like whether they will go through with this big full-scale invasion that we're seeing right now, which I really did not think was going to happen. But what we have done over the last couple of weeks is really like explore the Russian perspective of this conflict. And we've spent a lot of time talking about the context. We've spent a lot of time talking about the context of why this has happened. Because I know there's a lot of people right now that want to imagine that the Ukraine-Russia conflict began on like Thursday or whatever day it was. As we all know, that's not accurate. That's not an accurate assessment of what is going on. So we've spent a lot of time talking about what has been going on since 2014, since the Maidan incident in 2014, which was a color revolution or a coup. We watched that John Mearsheimer clip who correctly predicted everything that's happening right now 10 years ago. We've spent a long time understanding the Russian side of this conflict, which is never explored in mainstream media, right? All we hear about in Western media is Putin bad, which is I agree with. I agree with that. In case you're not clear on this, I do agree. Putin bad. But all we really hear is like, Putin's bad, he's evil, he's insane. He's taking over this other country because he has a lust for power, and the devious, murderous Russian mind. All they care about is bloodshed and war and that kind of stuff. And this is not like a really helpful framework of this at all. Yet we'll be watching the Abby's talk with Brian Becker, fellow worker. We are going to be watching this today. So I think that's been really valuable for, even though the fact that I kind of predicted this wrong, and I did not predict that this coup was going to happen, but I think it's been very valuable as we see this playing out, that I think if we've been hanging out on this stream over the last couple of weeks, we do have a really solid, firm grasp on why this is happening. And talking about, the last 10 years of fighting in eastern Ukraine, talking about the Maidan, talking about the NATO expansion, talking about the neo-Nazi problem in Ukraine, which is a very real phenomenon, as much as people are trying to hand-wave that away right now, talking about the collapse of the Soviet Union, and the looting of Russia in the 90s, which led to Putin ended up leading to Putin getting elected and becoming a leader of Russia in the first place. It's been really, really helpful, I think, to explore all this over the last couple of weeks. It's given us a really firm grasp on why this is happening. And we watched this clip with Vijay Prashad last Friday. We did kind of a marathon stream on Friday night, which was pretty cool. As VJ said in that stream, though, you know, an explanation for what is going on right now isn't a justification for it. You know, it doesn't mean understanding that context or understanding the role that the West has played in pushing things to this point. And it's been no matter what people want to, it's not popular to say this right now. But the West has played a significant role in it. Understanding all this context, it doesn't justify anything. It's not to justify this invasion, which, in my opinion, has gone way beyond, I think, what could be reasonably described as like a self-defensive type thing. Right? I think there is sort of a line here where that could sort of somewhat could be justified if Putin had sent troops into eastern Ukraine to stop the fighting to protect these breakaway republics who are, again, as much as people don't want to pay attention to this right now or talk about this right now, these people in eastern Ukraine who are like human beings that have been living in the state of conflict for the last 8 years, who have been getting shelled, who've been hiding in their basements, kids and families and stuff.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
You know, I know it's not fashionable to pay attention to what's been going on there, but that is a very real phenomenon. And there's the line, I think, where some of that could have been justified if it was to protect these people who have been trying to form these breakaway republics. I think that line has been crossed. And, you know, as we see, as the fighting is starting to ramp up now, you know, there's innocent people, regardless of any of this context. Regardless of any of this context, which is very important to understand, about the role that the West has played, the Maidan, Azov Battalion, NATO, all this stuff. There's innocent people, innocent families that are dying. People are dying. People are being terrorized right now, and they have nothing to do with any of that stuff. Okay, so I don't support that, and I think they've gone past this line of what could be reasonably described as self-defensive. But that doesn't mean it's not really important to understand this context and to still continue talking about the role that the West has played in pushing to this point. I mean, so again, if you are coming to the stream and you're looking for a pure Putin bad, Russia bad perspective, there's a lot of other Twitch streams that are taking that angle on this conflict. I'm against this invasion for the reasons that I just laid out. But I am going to still continue talking about the context and that the role the West has played in pushing things to this point. I mean, the West and NATO has basically been using innocent people's lives in Ukraine, playing kind of a high-stakes game of chicken with Russia now for the past 10 years, and now this is the result. This is the result. And Putin bad, yes, I agree, but it's not Russian propaganda, it's not Putin propaganda to acknowledge the fact that the West has played a large role in pushing things to this point. Okay, and I'm going to continue talking about this. So if you want a pure Russia bad, Putin bad perspective, there's plenty of other Twitch streams that are going to be doing that. I like to have a bit more of a nuanced understanding of what is going on. Couple things here. Dimitri, I think, gave 100 friend. Dimitri, thanks so much for the 100 friend coin. Yeah, Brian Becker has been doing great stuff on this, and Brian Berlatic. Their work has been amazing. Yeah. Crabbabe says, to be fair, I don't think Russia was planning to invade up until the last few weeks when it became evident there was not going to be good faith action from NATO Ukraine and the sanctions were preemptively applied. Yeah, who knows? Who knows how much of this has been in the works for a while and how much of it was kind of called on the fly. People from Donbass, it keeps closing. People from Donbass actually exist. It's kind of amazing. You wouldn't think so if you listen to the news. I mean, I've certain people say like, oh, all those people in Donbass, these breakaway republics, they're just like Russian mercenaries. That's all. They're just Russian mercenaries that are destabilizing East Ukraine, which is just not accurate. You know, there's been images of like families. There's families and innocent people that have been hiding in their basements for the last 8 years while this shelling has been going on. Thousands of people have died. I think 14,000 people have died. Predominantly from Eastern Ukraine during this time. We can't just forget about those people, okay? This is where we're at on Twitter. Even that hawkish John Mearsheimer lecture is offensive content because it doesn't completely blame Russia. I did see something like that. Yeah. I mean, I saw people saying like, "Oh, talk about someone else. Talk about someone else whose credibility is damaged forever." And they show this Mearsheimer clip, and yeah, you really damage your credibility. You blow your credibility forever when you correctly predict something is going to happen 10 years before that exact thing ends up happening. Yeah. Very good. Shit. So let's hear this Chomsky clip. Like we pointed out, Chomsky's not infallible. Chomsky's someone who celebrated the end of the USSR, as Dmitry pointed out, which is one of the direct dominoes that led to this conflict in the first place. But I am interested to hear his comments here. This is just from a few days before the invasion started. Let's hear from Noam Chomsky.
And as many analysts point out, has been trying for years to get the United States to pay some attention to Russian security concerns, which go back 30 years. We don't talk about it much here, but it's very much discussed elsewhere. As the Soviet Union was collapsing around 1990, there were extensive negotiations between the United States, that's President Bush and James Baker, and Russia, that was Mikhail Gorbachev, and also the Germans, who were very much involved. Genscher, Kohl. Germans were involved because the crucial issue was unification of Germany. Well, Gorbachev actually agreed to unification of Germany within NATO, hostile military alliance, which is quite a concession if you look back at the history of the 20th century. Germany alone had virtually destroyed Russia twice during the century. So agreeing to have Germany rearm, joining NATO, is not a small concession. But there was a quid pro quo. Bush and Baker promised that NATO would not advance 1 inch to the east. East meant
apparently
East
this is
Berlin,
Russian propaganda.
East Germany.
So
Nobody was thinking about anything beyond, at least publicly. Well, that was the agreement in 1990. Bush himself pretty much lived up to it. Clinton came in on the 50th anniversary of NATO, 1999. Clinton celebrated it by inviting states on the border. Geostrategic heartland of Ukraine is geostrategic heartland of the Russian system.
and again, worth pointing out, just like I was talking about on Thursday and Friday, the NATO expansion, you can't just hand wave this NATO expansion stuff away. And going back to the early 90s, so what happens? America spends decades and decades and hundreds of billions of dollars destroying the Soviet Union. And finally, in the late 80s, early 90s, they're successful in this. Then on top of that, they overthrow the Russian government in an illegal coup in the early 90s against the wishes of most people in the country. It's a massive human rights disaster. Living standards for everyone in Russia and in Ukraine, important point, and in Ukraine, living standards plummet, poverty shoots up, destroys millions of people's lives. You have these Western capitalists come in, loot the entire country, fire sale, all these in this kind of massive shock therapy, all these public assets privatized, sold off to Western capital, just annihilates the entire country. And at that point, as Noam has asked before too, what is the point of NATO existing at that point? You know, you said they succeeded, they won. They won the Cold War. Warren Buffett gets rich, George Soros as well. A lot of money floating around is still coming from that time. A lot of the billionaires, our own Western oligarchs, are still sitting pretty from that. And that's the amazing thing, is that they won. They got everything that they wanted. They won. They destroyed the Soviet Union. privatized everything, danced on the fucking graves of these millions of people. And then the amazing thing, though, is that with NATO, with this military alliance, that's it, the whole reason for it existing is to keep the Soviet Union in check, which no longer exists. And then they go right back to expanding it. And they keep expanding even after they won. That's really the amazing thing about this. Even after they won, they keep pushing and pushing and pushing, and they expand NATO all the way up to their borders, even after they've fucking destroyed Russia. And as I talked about with Vijay Prashad a few weeks ago, that's the context in which Putin becomes popular and gets elected in the first place. Because they've humiliated, the West has humiliated Russia so badly. Vladimir Putin comes along and says, I'm going to restore Russia's place in the world. I'm going to restore us to this feared and respected global power. We're going to get back, we're going to go back to becoming this like big, global geostrategic powerhouse. And that's the exact context in which Putin gets elected and becomes powerful in the first place. And this is a key factor. This is a key factor that has led to this current moment and the current crisis. And I know I know people are really into just like pretending none of that exists or none of it matters, or it's not a justification. And again, I agree. I don't think it is a justification. It's still important context, though. You can't understand why this is happening if you don't kind of grasp these basic things. Don't forget all the people with degrees, etc., and anyone with any sympathies or allegiance to socialism, progressive politics being systematically purged from all aspects of society and institutions and labor and left to rot with their lives, work, and qualifications considered inferior and unworthy. So whether they have to get a Western degree or just rot. Yeah, it's like it's the culmination of decades of Red Scare politics, which are back in full-fledged now. We're seriously back into the Red Scare now. It never really went away, but it kind of did, but now we're right back in it. Yeah, I'm not going to let you step on us anymore, and I don't drink. Yeltsin too, and then oligarchs wanted to leave the Soviet model, and the leaders, then Gorby, just sat there and let it happen. They couldn't even try to hold the system together. There was even talks and plebiscites to change the USSR to a more Chinese model. The leaders did nothing but wanted to cash in. Yeah. Yeah. This is the context that has led to this moment. Azov is going to come out of this exactly like the Taliban came out of the invasion of Afghanistan, stronger with way more weapons and experience and super mad. Yeah, and I'm sure eventually Pelicans, they'll be committing terrorist attacks against the West and against the U.S. as well. And then the U.S. is going to have to spend another couple $100 billion on getting rid of them. You've created a new enemy that you got to go in and fight. You did it with the fucking Taliban. You did it with ISIS. You're going to do it with Azov Battalion now. The same fucking story is playing out again right in front of our eyes. It's weird people won't admit this re-Russia when it's fairly commonly taught that the treaty conditions of World War I led very directly to the conditions that created Hitler and the Nazi Party. Yeah, very strong analogies, Red Scary. And even when I was pointing out the context, the role that yeah, they're going to do 9/11 again, but make it Russians. Yeah, there we go. Great. Buckle up for that one. No, it's true, because even when I was pointing out the role that the West has played in pushing this, and people were saying like, "Oh, you'd be justifying the Nazis for their invasion, of Czechoslovakia. You'd be blaming it on Versailles and stuff like that." And it's not justifying, but it's still pointing out the direct link between these two things. You can't just pretend that there's not a link. Like, there is a fucking direct link between these two things. It's not a one-to-one historical analogy, but it's very, very pertinent, I think. Let's continue this Noam clip.
No Russian leader would ever accept that Gorbachev firmly opposed it. France and Germany vetoed it, but under U.S. pressure, it stays on the agenda. So it's still there. That's the background. Then came the 2014 coup and various events that.
And listen, Pezzi, when we talk about the Soviet Union, and you talk about the West's role in destabilizing the Soviet Union and overthrowing it, none of that is to whitewash every single thing that happened in the Soviet Union, or to say it didn't have issues with corruption or it didn't have problems or it was perfect. The reality is the West played a significant role in
you can count on me.
it.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Ce sus marina et paye par un chupacabra russe.
Thank you, King Uendo. Thank you for the 16 months of Tier 1 and all the support you've shown the channel, King Uendo. I appreciate it a lot, and I agree. Je suis d'accord avec tout ça. Absolument. That's the real. None of it is to whitewash everything that happened in the Soviet Union, though. That there wasn't corruption, or there weren't crimes that were committed, there weren't mistakes that were made. You can trace a lot back to Khrushchev. That was the beginning of the end, right? That was the beginning of the end for the Soviet Union, including giving parts of Ukraine, such as the Crimea, over to Ukraine during that period as well. So none of it is to hand wave that away or pretend none of that happened, or there weren't problems, or there wasn't corruption, or there weren't issues. But you can't deny that the West played a significant role in overthrowing the Soviet Union, and especially with literally militarily overthrowing the Russian government in the early 90s. That's the reality of what happened.
Followed, and since
Shut that dog up, Gnome.
Hold on a second. I'll
It's no problem.
dog out of here.
Yeah, we're having the same problem.
Okay, now only one left, and this one's usually quiet.
That's good.
The other is a
Christ's sake,
Maltese who gets very agitated.
Yeah.
Funny.
That's the thing, I appreciate what Gnome's saying here, but Gnome, you cheered on to follow the Soviet Union, sir.
Full of
You said it was good.
Talk. Europe is trying to move towards some form of negotiations, diplomacy. Ukraine has pretty much asked the United States to tone down the rhetoric, but still warning that there could be major problems. So that's where we stand. If Russia does invade, which I frankly doubt, it would be devastating for them. They'd have a huge guerrilla war on their hands. The United relations with Europe would break, which are very important both to Russia and to Europe.
The dog is an anarchist. You can't tell what to do, Dad.
50
Infantile
years,
disorder.
There's been a battle about who's going to provide petroleum to Europe. The United States wants to control it. They want to break. Russia wants to extend it. For Europe, the Russian supplies are much cheaper, much more accessible, and the U.S. has been trying to block it. Actually, this goes back even earlier, before the Russians were in the game. Oil politics is a huge affair and a factor in international affairs.
Good point, Red Jim. Don't forget the collapse of the Soviet Union had a terrible effect on the DPRK and was a huge reason for their famine. Yeah, absolutely. Even though we, as in the West, we hear like these barbaric North Koreans, they just starve their own people intentionally because they think it's like cool and funny, which is once again projection. Like, no, we cause these deliberate problems and then we blame the people that we murder by the fucking millions for these problems happening. By the way, now as things are escalating, which they are happening, which is happening right now, things are fucking escalating very quickly at the moment. Now you have Japan talking about how they want to have nukes now. Japan wants nukes as well. I'm sure North Korea is going to be thrilled by that. North Korea is just going to be thrilled that their fucking longtime enemy, the people that committed even more than the Americans, the people that committed untold suffering for the people of Korea, I'm sure they're just going to be thrilled that they're going to be getting nukes now as well. So that's a whole other powder keg waiting to happen there. China as well should just want to squash them also. That's true. It's like no one is, as long as anyone is starving to death in America, in a country with a considerably higher GDP than DPRK. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine that would be a red line for them. Likely level an ultimatum. So Canada's going to want nukes next. Well, I mean, we should probably get nukes just to protect ourselves from the inevitable U.S. invasion once the water starts to run out. Once the water starts to run out, the water wars kick up. We're going to need nukes for when the United States comes knocking at our door, being like, hey, about that, all those freshwater reserves you got. We're just going to have to go and take that from you. I need Kevin Costner ear gills for the Waterworld Wars. You already got one of those machines where that you can pee into and you drink it. You know, at the beginning, that's how the movie starts. The very first shot of that movie is Kevin Costner drinking his own pee. Which we forget about sometimes. We lose sight of this. Chickens have come home to roost. Unfortunately, we've roosted all over the world, and our sleeping partners were fascists. Yes. Yes, they are. That's what a lot of this is right now, isn't it? And again, I'm not gonna cheer on this invasion. You know, it's scary. It's scary. People are dying. I'm not gonna support that. But it is a chickens coming home to roost situation. That's kind of what we're experiencing. This is really like a you know, those days when decades happen. That's really, we're in that zone right now. And that's part of what it is. It's our chickens are coming home to roost big time. And like, this is part of what's happening right now, is we're witnessing in real time this shift to a multipolar world. And I've spent a lot of time over the last year talking about the multipolar world. In many ways, I welcome this. I'm not going to sit here and cheerlead Putin while he carries out this invasion. I do, though. Well, I welcome the decline of the U.S. empire. I welcome the decline of these neoliberal institutions. But it's very scary. Things are changing drastically, which is kind of exciting and exhilarating in a way, but it's scary at the same time. It's scary at the same time, and things can get really bad right now too. Things can still we can't deny that the possibility of things getting significantly worse are on the table right now. A new world struggles to be born. This is what's happening right at this moment. Can you explain what multipolar world means, please? Well, Subscription Steve, so we're talking about the fall of the Soviet Union, right? And so if you're my, I'm pushing 40. So for basically my entire life, that was the end of the time when there was really a competing superpowers. So for my whole life and for most of our entire lives, it's been a unipolar world with America at the top. They're the boss of the whole world, the whole international geopolitical system. They control all the economies. They control what happens in these other countries economically and militarily. We've been living in a unipolar world for years and years and years and years. That was a whole end of history type stuff. And that is shifting now. That is shifting. We're seeing now China on the verge of surpassing the United States as the world's biggest economy. It's no longer a world where America is the boss and America controls everything. And we're seeing this is a side effect of that right now, where Russia feels comfortable to make this kind of a move. Whereas definitely 10, 15 years ago, they would not have, even if they may have maybe even wanted to. That's why we should let Russian people stop the capital Putin and should stop the capitalist Putin and should stop our fascist enabling government. We do no fucking good saying Putin bad every line because it allows the liberals room. He's bad, but he's not backing Nazis. And well, then I agree. And that's why I feel it's really important to still focus on our role in this, right? I don't live in Russia. There's nothing I can do about Putin personally. There's certainly nothing that's going to become, there's no good that's going to come of us continuing to escalate the situation. Like right now we have any single person that's asking for dialogue or diplomacy is being shouted down and called a Putin apologist or an appeaser. And every single person that has any kind of a platform is just smashing the escalate button. And that's all people want to talk about right now. Escalate. We've got to escalate with sanctions. We've got to destroy the entire Russian economy. We got to get new countries in NATO. We got to get Ukraine into the EU. We got to send fighter jets. We got to send weapons. We got to send people. Just volunteer. Go to Ukraine and volunteer. We got to keep arming, keep funding. That's all anyone wants to talk about right now. And it's I don't think people have their fucking heads on straight. This is really scary. This can get a whole lot worse. And everyone that has any kind of power to do anything right now is just insistent on escalating and escalating and escalating. And that's what I mean. It's like, we can talk about why this invasion is bad or why Putin is bad. I think it's, I don't want to just hand wave that away. I think we can still talk about that. But since I live in the West, like, I can't control anything like that. All I can talk about is what my own government is doing. All I can talk about is the way that NATO has pushed and pushed and pushed and like helped create these exact circumstances that have led to this point. Canada's intricately tied with this like ultra-nationalist Ukrainian project, which is like our deputy prime minister, who just over the last week, over the weekend, was posing in front of like overt fascist Ukrainian symbols. She's played a central role in this, in creating this. So all I can do is point out the role that Canada has played in this, point out the role that Canada has played in escalating this, point out the role that Canada has played in creating this ultranationalist Ukrainian project, which is like what is kind of at play here. Our role in NATO, like, these are all things that have to change. Like, and we can't just deny that this stuff is real, right? And again, if you're not familiar, so this is Chrystia Freeland. She's the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada. She's a lifelong Ukrainian nationalist. Her grandfather was this guy, Michael Chomiak, who is infamously a fascist collaborator in Poland who ran a propaganda newspaper, a fascist newspaper which was stolen from its Jewish owners. She has celebrated her grandfather. She's never like denounced her grandfather. She's talked specifically about her grandfather was like a central like influence on her and on her Ukrainian nationalism, that she spent this is her lifelong project. Her life's work has been kind of pushing for this kind of like ultranationalism. So here she is at this Ukrainian solidarity rally right now in front of this flag with the slogan Slava Ukraini on it, which has fascist origins as well. I don't even want to like use that as much of a gotcha because it's become totally whitewashed and normalized, and world leaders use this all the time now, even though it does have these fascist origins. It's like the official military slogan of Ukraine, which obviously has a Nazi problem as well. I don't even want to use that as the big gotcha. She's in front of these flags, though. Tons of these flags, by the way, at all Ukrainian solidarity rallies all over Canada and the United States. Any of these rallies, you could find these black and red Ukraine flags mixed in with all the other blue and yellow flags. Here's up close.
We simply
use
the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Yeah, in blood and soil colors. That's right. So you see there, and again, she's from a Ukrainian family. She speaks Ukrainian. She knows exactly what this shit is. She knows exactly what it is. It's not like I was just posing in front of a scarf. It's none of that. She knows exactly what this shit is. In front of these black and red flags. And if you look at any footage or any pictures from these Ukrainian solidarity rallies this weekend, you will find these flags there, these black and red flags. So what's those black and red flags? It is the flag of the Ukrainian Insurgent Army. It's the Ukrainian Insurgent Army colors. Chrystia Freeland knows this. Chrystia Freeland knows that she knows full well what these colors are. And the Ukrainian Insurgent Army in the 1940s helped the Nazis commit genocide in the Galicia region of Ukraine. The UPA, the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, committed genocide against the Polish minority in eastern Galicia. The peak of the massacres took place in July and August 1943. Most of the victims were women and children. Many of the Polish victims, regardless of age or gender, were tortured before being killed. Some of the methods included rape, dismemberment, or immolation, among others. The UPA's actions resulted in between 50,000 and 100,000 deaths. So this is the legacy of the Ukrainian Insurgent Army. These are the colors, and our lifelong Ukrainian nationalist deputy prime minister knows full well what this history is. I have yet to see the protest without that flag present, and people are trying to whitewash it now. They're trying to say like, oh, it doesn't have these same meanings anymore. Like it's more of just like a Ukrainian nationalist thing, which is like, that's not acceptable. In the same way that it's the heritage not hate argument when it comes to the stars and bars or the Confederate flag. You can't just say like, oh no, that's not what it means anymore. No, it does. It does mean that. And these flags have been all over these Ukrainian solidarity protests. And in the same way that I've said, like, nothing that Putin has said about this invasion justifies what's happening, justifies the invasion, but we can't just pretend that there's not these strong, documented historical links between real genuine fascists and neo-Nazis and the Ukrainian nationalist movement. They're completely inseparable. We can't just pretend that this doesn't exist. And like I pointed out in this tweet below, you can believe that Putin is taking these very legitimate, historically documented things, these links between fascism and Ukrainian nationalism, and you can think that he's cynically weaponizing that. But that doesn't mean we should just pretend that this doesn't exist. Or when people say like, yeah, and Jane, thank you. A bunch of people who a few weeks ago would say, if there's a Nazi at your rally, you're a Nazi. Will not say shit about this. And they're literally like being like, everyone everywhere has Nazis. Like, even knowing what it is, they're still making excuses for it. That's the amazing thing. These same people, Jane, not just about a few weeks ago, these are the people who in like 2017 were like, punch every Nazi you see. All these like anti-fascists. It became very cool to be like anti-fascist. Punch every Nazi you see. Yeah, I love punching Nazis. Yeah. These keyboard warriors and journalists and stuff, punch every Nazi you see. And now it's just like, well, at all these pro-Ukrainian rallies, there's like overt fascist flags here. And they're like, every country has Nazis. There's Nazis here. There's Nazis in America. There's Nazis in Russia. But who cares? What does it matter? And it's like, okay, cool. And that's the thing. Russia does have Nazis. Canada does have Nazis. The United States certainly has Nazis. Absolutely. But the difference here is that, first of all, the way that this kind of fascist element is intricately linked with like the mainstream political culture there. The ways that these neo-Nazi militias and battalions are like fully integrated into the military establishment. And the fact, like, yeah, there is Nazis in Russia. Yes, there is Nazis in Canada. Yes, there is Nazis in the United States, and there's Nazis all over the fucking place. But only in Ukraine is the Canadian government arming and funding and training these Nazis to fight in a civil war in eastern Ukraine to kill Russians. That's the kind of key difference here. That's the kind of key difference. We're not arming and funding and training Russian Nazis. We're arming and funding and training Ukrainian Nazis to fight in a civil war that has been killing tens of thousands of people. That has led to this direct conflict. That's the big difference here. That's the key difference. After doing anti-communism for 100 years, there's Nazis everywhere. Who could have guessed? Yeah, or like when Stalin at the end of the war wanted to, deal with that Nazi problem in certain ways, and our political leaders were like, whoa, hey, whoa, no way. No, thank you, sir. How dare you, Stalin, sir? We can't do that. We've got to integrate them into our government instead. That's what our governments did. So no shit, there's a lot of Nazis around now. But that's the key difference. Okay? That's the key difference when we talk about the fascism problem in Ukraine, which is a very real thing. It's a very real phenomenon. The Canadian government, as I've been talking about this since 2018. It was Dan Beckner that put me onto this in 2018 and started talking to me about this. This is why we have got monuments to SS divisions that carried this flag and carried out these massacres. We have monuments to these people in the country. They're Nazi monuments. That's the key difference, though. Yes, there's Nazis in every country. Only in Ukraine are we arming and funding and training Nazis to fight in a civil war that's been killing tens of thousands of people. That has led to this exact moment. And the amazing thing as well, let me see if this tweet is still up. I don't even know if it's I did take a screenshot of it, so we'll see. the amazing thing as well, when it's like they really came right out, literally Twitter correctly recognized that this is hate speech. This was true. This tweet was amazing. This tweet violated the Twitter's rules about hateful conduct. However, Twitter has determined it may be in the public's interest for the tweet to remain accessible. No shit. Still hasn't been Ukraine. This is from the official. The blue tick Ukrainian what is it? Is it the National Guard? It's the blue tick Ukrainian National Guard account. And so when we say, yeah, thank you, the official Ukrainian National Guard, yeah. And so we've been raising the alarms about this for like weeks and months or years now. I've been talking about this for a while. If you've been following this program, I've been talking about Azov Battalion and this neo-Nazi problem in Ukraine for a long time now. And so when we're saying, as this shit is breaking out, and we say, well, what, we should not be arming Azov Battalion. We should talk about this neo-Nazi problem in Ukraine. And people say, well, Azov Battalion. It's only, first of all, again, all these Nazi punchers, these tough Nazi punchers. They're like, oh, it's Azov Battalion. It's just a few hundred yahoos or whatever. Again, we got Nazis all over the place. You're going to single them out. You're going to single out Azov Battalion. They're just these nobodies. They have no political power. They have nothing going on. Why are you singling out this neo-Nazi battalion? And then you have the official blue tick Ukrainian National Guard account sharing these Azov fighters greasing bullets with lard to fight the Kadyrov orcs. Talking about the invading Chechen Muslims who they're going to be fighting, greasing their bullets with pig lard. This is the most fucking racist thing you can possibly imagine. Absolutely insane thing to publicly put out there. And all these people that have been saying, like, it's shit, Azov Battalion, they're like nobody. They're marginalized. They've got nothing. There's nothing going on about that. What are you talking about? And then the official account puts this out. Azov Battalion fighters greasing the bullets to fight these orcs that are coming to invade.
До раю в нашій країні вас не пустять. Не пустять.
They admit it, and Western media doesn't care. And again, so as I've been pointing out, folks, I've been pointing this out for a while now. It's not just that these people exist. It's not just that they exist. It's that we've been arming and training and funding these exact people. Okay? And you can be against this current invasion. You can be against Putin's invasion and war in Ukraine and citizens and civilians getting shelled in Kiev. You can be against that. But we can't hand wave this away and pretend this didn't happen, or that this hasn't had some effect in creating the conditions that led to the invasion in the first place. I'm sorry, that's completely ahistorical. It's complete bullshit to pretend that this didn't have a significant impact on this. And again, this isn't RT. This isn't RT. This isn't the gray zone. This is this is the very dangerous and subversive, tanky, anti-imperialist outlet, the Ottawa Citizen, who have correctly reported on this, that Canadian officials met with this Ukrainian neo-Nazi unit. This is the anti-imperialist, tanky Ottawa Citizen that has talked about this. This is the official blue check Twitter of the defense of Ukraine that we're funding, folks. And like we pointed out on Friday, people are doing fundraisers for these people. They're like, Ukraine's under attack. Let's do a GoFundMe for the fuck, I forgot the name again. I'm so sorry. The National Guard. We're gonna do a GoFundMe for the National Guard, folks. People are literally fundraising for this. They're raising money for this shit to fund these people. Classic. Like I was saying the other day, like even if you think that that's a good thing to do, and I'm sure there's legitimate humanitarian organizations that you can be funding for right now to help refugees, to actually help people in this conflict. I don't want to just suggest that that's not a thing, but like even if you felt like it was important to fundraise for the Ukrainian military while they're fighting in this conflict, our government what is our government sending these people billions of dollars for in the first place? We got to do a GoFundMe in addition to this billions of dollars of arms and training that we've sent these people for this exact reason. It's really bizarre. Like, our government is already sending them lots of money. They're actually doing okay. Wonder what Nazis do when they're losing ground. Oh yeah, commit genocide and hate crimes to bulk up death numbers. Media spoke to a Greek from Mariupol and said that the fascist Azov battalions are preventing civilians from leaving and killing them. I'm probably not going to be able to understand this, am I? Sorry, Dimitri. Classic professional streamer Rob, once again.
Άρα θα μείνεις στη Μαριούπολη, λοιπόν. Δεν σκέφτεσαι να φύγεις από εκεί.
Πώς να φύγεις? Άμα φύγεις στον δρόμο, μπορεί να σε πετύχουν οι ταξιαρχεία του Αζόφ.
And so, and important caveat to all this. And we're going to watch this clip with Brian Becker and Abby Martin in a few minutes. I can take a break from talking a little bit. We can watch this clip with Brian Becker and Abby Martin, which is really good and informative. Important to point out, when we're talking about this context and we're talking about the very real and legitimate neo-Nazi problem in Ukraine, very important to remember, we're not painting every single person in Ukraine. We're not saying every single person in Ukraine is a neo-Nazi or a fascist. I'm not saying that. No one is saying that. Just to be 100% clear about this, in case anyone's watching this. We do need to point this out. We do need to point how these battalions have been integrated into like the military establishment. And these people have been these ultra-nationalist right-wing groups have been carrying out a lot of the violence and killing in eastern Ukraine. We need to talk about this. We need to talk about how our governments have been supporting this. We don't need to dehumanize every single person in Ukraine and suggest that every single person is a fascist and that they have it coming. Like, no one should think that. And I know none of you think that. I don't think that. In case anyone's getting any crazy ideas, though, I want to make this abundantly clear. This is not the case. We do still need to talk about these links, though. And I know Brian Becker gets into that, so let's just skip to that because I know Brian makes a good point about this, and we can expand on that more soon. Oh man, it's pretty long. Should we watch the whole thing? Let's just do it. So here's Abby Martin. I did reach out to Abby to see if she wants to come on the show. We've been talking about finding a time for her to come on. I imagine she's pretty busy with all this shit going on. Hopefully we can get on Comrade Abby Martin to come and talk to us about this stuff soon enough. Ukrainian military is facing mass desertion. That's why they're arming civilians. And I mean, it's so hard to know like what to believe. Like there's this propaganda war that's been going on, and I've got lots of evidence that we can talk about this. I wanted to talk about the misinformation that's been going around. I've got a whole bunch of tweets to take a look at after this. But it's amazing how this is basically like a choose your own adventure war. There's whole swaths of people online that are saying like, oh yeah, the Russians are getting their asses kicked. The brave Ukrainians are repelling them. The Russians are losing. It's blowing up in their face. But it's like, I don't think that is a reflection of reality. I don't think that's the case. Yeah, Snake Island stuff. I have a whole list of stuff we can take a look at about that after this talk. Is it possible that the reports of Wagner Group orders to kill Zelensky are credible? I mean, I don't know, but here's one thing that, like, I think is a legitimate thing. Because when we talk about Zelensky, I think there's a real phenomenon here where Zelensky doesn't really have control over these fascist militias. And in a way, his hands are kind of tied. I think even if he personally, not that I'm going to psychoanalyze Zelensky or what's going on with that, even if he wanted to sign some kind of ceasefire, these fascists want nothing to do with that. Like these fascists in eastern Ukraine wanted nothing to do with the Minsk agreements. They didn't want to stop fighting in eastern Ukraine. They want to cleanse the country of Russians. They want to cleanse the country of these people that they view as their enemies. So I do think that, like, he's dancing on puppet strings with a NATO gun to his head, but he's also literally Captain America. That's right. Yeah, I do think that there's, like, this element where these people don't want a ceasefire. They want escalation. And if he gets close to signing some kind of ceasefire or de-escalating things, he's going to be in trouble himself, not from the Russians, but from his own people who are going to be like, okay, well, fuck you. And don't forget the Azov Battalion live streamed their pogroms of the Roma to Facebook from 2014 to 2020. And I'm sure that was very popular in some parts of Europe. This video is shocking. Like, what is it, though? Is this like TOS type stuff? What are we looking at here? Oh, yeah. Okay, so before the thing with Abby, I had this on my bookmarks as well, but I think this is probably something on the subject that we were just saying. I think this is, like, important to look at as well. And Alex Rubinstein has taken a weird about turn over the last couple of months talking about COVID stuff, which I think is weird and bizarre, but I think it's important to share this stuff as well. So as I was just talking about, this is an element of that. When you hear from these far right guys, this is just a few weeks ago. This is earlier this month. Yevhen TRRS, the leader of Ukraine's neo-Nazi terror gang, C-14's speech, and again, it's not just Azov Battalion. There's a whole number of these different militias and groups, right sector, and all these different people. Straight from the horse's mouth, he dispels the many narratives pushed by the left, the mainstream media, and the State Department. So check this out. And he talks about the ways these people have been deliberately armed for this exact purpose by the West. He's admitting it. Like, it's not Russian propaganda. This is one of the main guys just blatantly telling us what's going on. And people with connections to C-14 are members of Ukraine's parliament.
Але стільки зброї не тому, що ми хороші, як нам кажуть, нам допомагає Захід, бо вони хочуть нам блага, тому що ми виконуємо задачі Заходу. Тому що ми єдині, хто готові їх виконувати, бо нам весело, нам прикольно убивати і прикольно воювати.
Don't take my word for it.
Давайте вже подивимося, що це буде. Тому виник цей новий альянс, про який зараз говорять там Туреччина, Польща, Британія, Україна. Тут ми тут флагман, тому що ми затіяли війну, якої не було вже останніх 60 років. Так от, уявіть собі, скільки в нас зброї, скільки в нас ветеранів. А тепер уявіть, зникає Росія, вона розвалюється. Тобто виникає там 5 Росій, там Недо Росії і так далі. На європейському континенті найбільше. Тільки в Британії там, здається, більше. Розумієте, цей потенціал цих збройних сил, це стане проблемою зразу для всіх, хто зараз там десь там намагається робити хенькі уколи. І оце от є наша радість і наша печаль. Чому, щоб ви розуміли, чому так все важко? Не тому, що ми, українці, 300 років, наша дупа страждала, чому ж нарешті влада до нас не впаде, ми такі хороші, ми хочемо в Європу. Ні, це величезна, потужна держава, і якщо ми тут прийдемо до влади, це буде і радість, і проблеми для всього світу. Тому це величезна, амбітна задача. Ми живемо дуже в класний час, і тому перед нами стоять надзвичайно амбітна, класна ціль. Не просто стати там частинкою європейської сім'ї, яка вже там розвалилася, а це є, вже йдеться про те, що нові політичні альянси вже глобального рівня, нові політичні виклики.
Oh, look at that. C-14 was started as the youth wing of the Svoboda Party, founded by Oleg Tyanibok, pictured here with Biden in April 2014. C-14 signed an agreement with Kiev city government to patrol its streets in early 2018. Months later, it began a campaign of pogroms against Romani camps.
Simply
there he is with our
use
boy
the
right
computer
there.
to mark up the size of the account.
Russia's balkanization is the plan over and over. How do we not get this by now? And again, I'll say it again, folks. You can be against this invasion, okay? And we should be, I think. Let's not lose sight of this, though. Let's not lose sight of who we're supporting, who our government is supporting here. Okay? We cannot lose sight of that. We can't pretend this stuff doesn't exist or this stuff is not out there. Yeah, that clip is absolutely insane.
Ідеї.
So again, that's not a Russian conspiracy theory. That's not Putin propaganda. That's not RT propaganda. This guy's fucking admitting it. We can't allow this to happen. Like, this can't happen. Anyway, let's watch this clip with Brian Becker and Abby Martin. I can take a little break from talking so much. Here's Brian and Abby.
And we are live, right? We're live on both Breakthrough News and Empire Files. Mike, to confirm? I think we are. Yep. All right, good to go. Thank you so much for coming on the program, Brian Becker.
Glad to be here. Glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
So as we know, earlier this week, President Putin of Russia announced a invasion, military operations in the eastern part
I have
of
that
Ukraine.
Element Cloud thread. We'll watch that.
We're going to get into all of these details, all of the context, but I wanted to just establish that we are doing a very important live stream today with Brian Becker, who is a longtime anti-war organizer, leader. He was a youth organizer against the Vietnam War.
Brian Becker really helped me understand this context when this stuff was heating up, too.
Anti-war movements his entire life, from Vietnam, leading mass protests against the Gulf War, and of course the immediate days following 9/11, against the war in Afghanistan, a principal organizer of rallies against the war in Iraq. Brian is also the author of a book called Imperialism in the 21st Century, which will of course come into our discussion later on. But first, we're going to get into, what exactly is going on, what precipitated all of this, what led to this tinderbox situation that Putin just threw a match into. And we're going to lay all this out, and then we're going to get to the bigger picture questions. How did we get here? Where do we go from here? And what do we need to know as people in this movement who oppose war and want to call for peace?
I believe
Before
I have
we
this
begin,
clip as well.
I want to give
take a look
people
at this after.
the opportunity to write questions into the chat. We're going to be fielding those questions throughout the discussion that Mike Preisner also
Cannot believe
from the
Russia put
Empire
those
Files
Twitter
is gonna
bots
be,
deep into the Ukrainian
giving
state. It's so
me
devious.
real time. So
It's very
please
devious.
feel free to chime in. This is going to be an interactive discussion, and we're going to be addressing those throughout this conversation. So thank you so much for joining us with this very, very important conversation that we're about to have. Brian, let's get started.
Sure. So, of course, Abby, the world is in a state of shock in many ways because people, even those who have been watching the events very, very closely for the past 3 or 4 months as this crisis has evolved, I don't think anyone anticipated that the Russian government would launch a full-scale military intervention, not simply in the eastern part of Ukraine, in the Donbass, or in the two independent people's republics that Russia earlier recognized this week after 8 years of not recognizing them, but an intervention that's from the north, the south, and the east. In other words, almost all but one side, not the western side of Ukraine, but the rest has been the subject of a very large-scale and obviously long-planned Russian military intervention. I think that it's important for our audience, especially those in the United States, who are getting almost all of their news from CNN or the New York Times or the Washington Post, meaning the capitalist-owned media, which is so tied into the military-industrial complex and so functions as an echo chamber for U.S. government policy. I think it's important for people in the United States, but also in Western Europe, who are largely subjected to the same sort of media infrastructure, to have an independent political understanding of what this crisis is about, what caused it, what's happening right now, and what the likely or possible outcomes are in the coming days and weeks and months. I do believe that
share the link.
We
Yes,
are witnessing and have witnessed this in this week, an event that will change global politics. This is an era-shifting event, what's happening. The Soviet Union collapsed. or was dissolved in 1991, at the end of 1991. That was 30 plus years ago. The Soviet Union was obviously the second major power in the world. It was the leader of the socialist camp, the countries of Eastern and Central Europe, not to mention the socialist governments in Asia and in Cuba. All of them, understood that there was a global socialist camp that was in conflict with the Western US-led imperialist camp. And while there were defects in that camp, China ultimately left the socialist camp around the time its normalization of relations began with the United States following Richard Nixon's trip to Shanghai. That was 50 years ago, the Shanghai Communique, literally signed two or 3 days from now. But with that said, there was a socialist camp and there was an imperialist camp, and there was a certain equilibrium between the two camps. As a consequence of the Soviets achieving military parity or near parity, and certainly parity on the nuclear front, there was at a certain point an understanding that should there be a war between the two camps,
I agree,
in this bipolar world, that there would be mutually assured destruction, that no one could really win a nuclear war. If each side has thousands of nuclear weapons,
he's associated with PSL,
and they're on airplanes, and they're in submarines, and they're in land-based missile silos, in that nuclear exchange, there would be the end of humanity and life on the planet as we know it. And so this equilibrium of terror between the two sides, mutually assured destruction, in a way functioned as a deterrent to major power conflict. That doesn't mean that there weren't wars. There were wars all over the place. There was the Vietnam War, the Korean War. You could go on and on. But there wasn't sort of a repeat of World War II or World War I, where in the case of World War II, 100 million human beings were killed in a matter of 5 or 6 years. And the whole existing world order was basically shattered and left in ruins by 1945. There wasn't that kind of a conflict. But in the 30 years that have elapsed since the collapse or the dissolution or the overthrow of the Soviet Union and thus the socialist camp, U.S. policy has dramatically shifted. Instead of recognizing the limitations of American power vis-a-vis the two powers facing each other in this equilibrium, the United States policymakers, starting in 1991, established what eventually became the neocon consensus position that the United States would be able to exercise unipolar authority over the rest of the world, that it would destroy all of the governments whose origin was rooted in the anti-colonial projects of the post-World War II era, the countries that had looked to the socialist camp, even if they weren't part of it, they looked to it for military, economic, and diplomatic support. And I'm thinking there of Iraq and Libya and Syria and several others, that those countries would be targeted for attack. So, and in fact, we witnessed that, right? We witnessed this giant acceleration after the end of the Soviet era of American imperial aggressiveness. But there was a sort of an understanding in the 1990s that Russia was now on America's side, that Boris Yeltsin, who had helped overthrow the Soviet Union, who actually dissolved the Soviet Union illegally in December 1991 in an accord signed with the 2 or 3 other republic leaders of the Soviet Union. There were 15 republics in the Soviet Union. That Boris Yeltsin was the anti-communist friend of the West. And Russia itself had become completely weakened as a consequence of the overthrow of the Soviet Union. Soviet life expectancy, or Russian life expectancy, decreased 6 years between 1991 and 1997. That sort of diminution in life expectancy is unheard of except during wartime, but this was peacetime. The looting of Soviet public property, the impoverishment of its people, the destruction of what had been the Soviet social and economic infrastructure as a consequence of the capitalist takeover of Russia and the other former Soviet republics, it plunged Russia and its people into dire poverty and into suffering. And it also weakened Russia as a geostrategic player. And the United States was, in a way, content with that situation. There was an accord signed between Russia and the United States in 1997 about NATO-Russian relations. And there had been, before then, the promise by James Baker, who was Secretary of State under the administration of George H.W. Bush, that NATO wouldn't move 1 inch eastward. We've heard all of that. Those were the promises given. But there are a couple things, Abby, that I think we have to really pay attention to in terms of why we are where we are right now.
And let me jump in there to frame this, because you're completely right. I mean, and I want to get more into where we went with Russia from the collapse of the Soviet Union till today, and how that's manifested, because you mentioned something really important, this Cold War era architecture that was put into place after the dissolution of the Soviet Union that was trying to prevent this mutually assured destruction attitude that dominated, generations prior. All of these things were disbanded. All of these things were rejected. The entire framework basically fell apart, right? All of these diplomatic options to prevent the escalation to where we are right now was rejected. And let's get into NATO, because of course this is the main facet, right? This is the underpinning of the failed negotiations that were attempted before this invasion took place. January, Russia met with 30 NATO states in a series of talks to try to deliberate. And Russia's base concern, among several other concerns, was Ukraine should never join NATO, that no progress on all these other concerns could be made as long as this was not guaranteed. This was rejected. There was no resolution. Russia had a negotiator at the table that basically said, we are going to militarily react if this is not diplomatically negotiated. It became untenable. Everyone just thought that this was, that they were bluffing, right? I mean, and I think many officials in the West who have been predicting this for months and months across corporate media still thought it was an empty threat. Perhaps they thought they could troll Russia into, backing down, maybe if they did think that Russia was, putting this out there. But I think that a lot of them didn't think Russia would invade. And this includes a lot of Russian experts, Ukrainian officials. Even the defense minister of Ukraine was saying that this was not going to happen. Now you see them following up, a lot of these war hawks from the think tank establishment saying Putin's insane. He's crazy for doing this. Even though these same people were saying he's about to do this for the last 6 months. This long distrust of Western intelligence for lying about literally everything to get us into war, I think made people have this knee-jerk reaction that no, of course, this isn't going to happen. But here we are, Brian. Let's take a look at the security concerns, namely NATO, the existence of NATO going up to Russia's doorstep that led us to this failure of diplomacy. Give us a sense of what NATO is as a force. Why does it exist in the first place? What has it done since the fall of the Soviet Union? And are Russia's fears of NATO legitimate?
Yeah, that's the most important thing, because I believe, Abby, that if the U.S. and the other NATO countries who are basically under the U.S. influence had taken a different step,
another thing
had actually said yes
was not making
to
any move
Russia
to officially
in the
ratify
last
the
4
agreement
months
against NATO
on what
expansion.
we have
so now
to
Western
agree
media and State Department can say, no,
are
Russia didn't have any
legitimate
concern about
Russian
that. They didn't even
security
bring it up.
concerns.
Yeah, we had a handshake deal.
This would not be happening right now.
Great
in
idea,
Ukraine.
Gorby.
So
Do a
you
handshake
are right.
deal with
This
the good old
is
US
this is
of A.
the crux
They're
of
good for it.
the matter, because
You can
it's
trust
why
the good
we
old
are
US
here.
of A to not go
If you
back
just
on
look
their deal there.
if you look at life from the
Like a
history of
dumbass.
heroes and traitors,
Enjoy the
the
Pizza
hero
Hut, though.
of history, the heroes and traitors, or heroes and villains. Right now, we know Putin is the villain, and all the Western powers, of course, are the good guys. But that deprives those who have that view of actually understanding the historical context, which is everything. So and as a Marxist, I discard the history of great men or the great heroes and villains as the way to understand history, and look at social and political forces that are in conflict with each other that also have a class basis. So what is NATO? NATO was formed in 1949 as at the Pentagon. It was a consummation of a military alliance of the United States and Britain and France and a few other European countries. Did not include Germany at that time.
You really crushed it,
Gorbachev.
Gorbachev.
Soon after World War II to include a remilitarized formerly Nazi Germany that had started World War II into a NATO alliance. But eventually that did happen, and that happened in 1955. And it was at that time that the Soviet Union, alarmed by the bringing Germany into NATO, just 10 years after the German invasion of the Soviet Union had been finally brought to a halt. And that invasion, of course, as we know, took 27 million lives of Soviet citizens. Not to mention the genocide against Jews and Roma people, gay people. The genocide perpetrated by fascism was brought to an end by the Soviet Union and its amazing heroism and counteroffensive, but at great cost, 27 million dead. The Americans only lost 400,000. Not only, that's a lot of people dead in World War II, but compare it to 27 million dead.
And what,
so
20 million
NATO
Chinese
was formed in 1949. Then Germany is brought into NATO, and by West Germany, we mean a lot of Nazified Germany, by the way, in terms of the establishment.
Yeah,
and then when the Soviet Union
collapsed as well, like it's not like, oh, don't worry, we can bring Germany into this NATO alliance. Of course, all the Nazis are gone though, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Russia. We're going to bring Germany into this NATO alliance, but all the Nazis are gone. They were literally not gone. They were literally still there. They were put back in charge in all these high-ranking positions in the legal system all over the country. There were 9 million Nazi Party members. But yeah, sure, let's incorporate Germany into this NATO alliance 10 years after the Soviet Union defeated them. Cool. I can't believe they had concerns about that. Who started NATO again in the first place? I can't remember. It's probably not important. Probably some good guy, right? Let's not even get into that.
Collapses their version of NATO, the Warsaw Pact, the symmetry of a second military alliance representing the socialist camp, is also extinguished. Instead of NATO disappearing, it takes on a different role. It has to find a reason to continue to exist. Why spend all of this money? Why, as Obama demanded and Trump insisted, should the European countries who are members of NATO guarantee that they'll spend at least 2% of their national budget for death and destruction? Otherwise, they won't be NATO members in good standing.
By the way, folks, I don't know if you recall, if you've been watching this show for a while, remember a few months ago what happened when I was in a little online spat with another prominent Twitch streamer? And when I made the statement that that USA made an alliance with Nazis after World War II, and remember the stream of hundreds of and fucking thousands of debate bros going, oh, what are you talking about? You don't know the basic facts about World War II. Remember that? Remember all that, folks? Remember that a few months ago? When I said this very reasonable statement that the United States formed an alliance with the Nazis following World War II. Boo, what are you talking about? Boo, 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 boo. Hundreds and hundreds of people coming to this stream to yell at me and stuff. Remember that? Yeah, I remember it too. Actually, it was no longer Nazi Germany. Yeah, thanks, you fuckhead.
Permanent military alliance. And where does NATO go? It invades Afghanistan. Well, that's not part of the North Atlantic. It bombs Libya, also not part of the North Atlantic. Before that, in 1999, it carried out a savage war, which apparently all the Western media has forgot about. They keep describing what's going on in Ukraine as the biggest war since the end of World War II in Europe. Well, NATO dropped 28,000 bombs and missiles on
to mark
Yugoslavia.
up the size of the account.
Again,
I wasn't here, but I would have been in the Vanguard. You can do that voice more often. Yeah. And remember when I was arguing with this about the certain unnamed streamer, who are the top guys in charge of NATO again? It's probably some good guy after socialist. So I wouldn't worry about it. Let's not think about that too much. And it's the certain unnamed streamer that I was getting in this argument with. All these fucking dumbass teenage acolytes were coming here to yell at me about it. And they're like, why don't you come debate me? Why don't you come debate me, bro, about this? Come in Discord and debate me. And I was like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Which they assumed as some sign that I was afraid to do it, and not because I'm not a huge loser idiot. And I don't do these debates. I don't debate at all because debating is pointless and dumb. And what Brian's pointing out as well, this was some crazy drama. This was like last June, I guess. It was right around the time of my birthday. And what Brian's pointing out, also the destruction of Libya and Afghanistan and all these places, this is one of the things that has made me feel insane over the last couple of days. The way that the whole world has come together to denounce this invasion and to talk about this war like it's this uniquely horrible thing that's just never happened before, this violence that we're seeing. And it's the moral grandstanding and the hypocrisy that has been really making me feel insane. Like Barack Obama, he's going to talk about this, the dangerous and illegal and immoral invasion with a straight face. Nobel Peace Prize winning Barack Obama, who fucking destroyed Libya, who helped destroy Syria, who, again, under Barack Obama's watch, the Kunduz hospital airstrike, which I've talked about a number of times when they destroyed the Doctors Without Borders hospital. I feel like I'm taking fucking crazy pills, seeing the moral grandstanding from political leaders in the West who have overseen this shit for the last 20 years. It's like I feel like I'm losing my mind having these people talk about Putin. Crazy, Putin's out of his mind. He's this uniquely violent. It's the bloodthirsty Slavic mind. This is all they know is war and blood and death and destruction. These fucking people.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Dimitri, thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs, Dimitri. Thank you. I genuinely feel like I'm losing it, though. It's the moral grandstanding from people in the West. Not just political leaders, but like political and media leaders, yes, because they've literally engaged in the much worse violence than what we're seeing right now. And what we're seeing right now is bad. But people who have overseen the destruction of Libya, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, the bombings like all over places in Africa where haven't even declared war, blowing up weddings and hospitals and funerals with fucking with glee, with zero repercussions, no sanctions, no international isolation, not even a fucking bad word said about it. And you have people who have either participated in this kind of violence, who are also funding the Israelis while they bomb Palestine and keep Gazans in a open-air prison camp. You were funding and arming the Saudis while they're bombing Yemen, committing child genocide in Yemen. There's fucking mass starvation happening in Afghanistan right now as a result of Western meddling. There's mass starvation happening in Yemen and these other places. And to have these people with zero self-reflection, with zero embarrassment, I guess, get on the moral high horse and wag their fingers and say, oh my God, Putin, and how dare you do this to Ukraine? How disgusting. I'm just disgusted with this violence. It honestly makes me feel like I'm fucking losing it. Get inside your moral high horse, that's right. Yeah, Condoleezza Rice with a straight face on CNN saying something like, yes, invading a sovereign nation is a war crime. If I see another tweet that suggests every person in the world is horny for Zelensky after he just signed his own population's death certificate by handing arms out, I'm going to jump into traffic. And they engaged in those peace talks, and apparently, again, I don't know what to believe and what not to believe. Apparently they're like asking for the return of the Crimea and stuff. And it's just like, you're not even being serious right now. You're not even being serious. Apparently they're requesting EU membership, and it's like, well, you're not even being serious. Like, you're literally escalating this shit more. But it's honestly, it's the lecturing from people in the West, the moral grandstanding that we're seeing. It honestly makes me feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. I don't know how these people can say this stuff with a straight face. It's honestly insane. Seriously, I do not get it.
Use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Hi, Harris, find your inner IRA partisan. Okay, I'm trying to make an important point. You guys are just focusing on the one little misspoken word. Seeing a lot of Ukraine flag profile pics on social media from people who haven't made a single peep about any other atrocities around the world. And again, it's like, it's not to justify anything or saying, well, that makes it okay. That's not what we're even saying, but it's just like, how do you live in the West? Like, you either know the horrible crimes that our government is committing and you're just pretending you don't, or you just don't know. Either way, we have zero leg to stand on.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
We do not have a leg to stand on. Like, our government, the fucking criminal behavior and violence and misery and destruction and destabilization and death that our governments are responsible for. And we're sitting here going, wow, I can't believe these dastardly Russians. It honestly makes me feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. Where's the outrage for 1 million Afghan civilians? That's a great question. You have Joe Biden standing up there saying, like, we stand up to bullies, Jack. That's who we are. And it's like, who believes this shit? Tiniest Boop, thank you very much for the gift to Tier 1 sub. I appreciate that a lot. Tiniest Boop. Yeah, and we're going to get into the whole propaganda aspect of this, but using so many images of Gaza being shared as ways to drum up support for Ukraine, images of the bombing of Gaza, images of, what is her name? Ahed Taini? Is that her name? Images of her standing up to Israeli soldiers being shared by people who unequivocally and uncritically support the Israeli government and everything that it does. The cognitive dissonance is honestly making me feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. Anyway, let's continue. This is still a long way to go in this talk.
Similarly to what Russia is demanding about eastern Ukraine, where the Russians are saying there's an abused minority people in the eastern part of Ukraine who are Russian speaking, and we're going to defend them. The United States was using the Albanian Muslim population in Kosovo, a province of Serbia, as the pretext to go to war against Yugoslavia. So here you have war in Yugoslavia, war in Afghanistan, war against Libya. That's NATO after the collapse of the Soviet Union. The thing that most alarmed Russia after the year 2000, I would say, in 1999, there was a wave of NATO expansion, and some of the former Russian allies and Soviet republics were incorporated into NATO. That included Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, and then in 2004, another wave of NATO expansion. But in 2008, NATO had a summit in Bucharest, in Bucharest, and at that summit, the United States insisted, and France and Germany, and this is extremely important, France and Germany dissented from the American position. The U.S. insisted that the U.S. was going to bring Ukraine and Georgia, two important former Soviet republics and principal allies of Russia, into NATO. And the Russians at that point, who had tolerated the first and second wave of NATO expansion in 1999 and 2004, the Russians said, no, we're not going to allow either Georgia or Ukraine to come into NATO because that provides or presents an existential threat. And remember that Bucharest summit was April 2008. The Russians moved into Georgia in August 2008. Remember, there was a battle in South Ossetia. That's when the Russians moved in. It was quite clear that for Russia, this was a red line. They were not going to let Georgia come into NATO. Now, everything between 2008 and 2014 was kind of quiet. Nothing really happen.
And yeah, like what you're talking about, Red Jam, reports of Zelensky just signing a decree for free visas for foreigners willing to come be mercenaries. Like, this is just going to be fascist training ground. This is going to be neo-Nazi training ground for any of these fucking yahoos that wants to just go kill Russians. Certainly no downstream consequences there. And I don't know how that doesn't count as a fucking escalation as well. Eastern Ukraine has already been that for years. Yeah, but now it's like, now that it's expanding the scope, it's like even going to be even more. Fucking ludicrous.
But in 2014, of course, Abby, as you know, and we can talk about the Maidan coup d'etat that destroyed a government, the Yanukovych government, corrupt but democratically elected government that was basically saying we're between East and West. Let's be neutral. We are neutral. We want to have good relations with the EU. But we want to have good relations with Russia.
Yeah,
we don't want to take sides, and we don't want NATO membership. That government was overthrown by a Nazi-led, and I mean it literally, Nazi and neo-Nazi-led coup d'etat, which John McCain and Victoria Nuland, Republicans and Democrats, saluted as a great day for Ukrainian democracy. That's when everything shifts, because from then on, Russia then...
So what's the point of Russia invading the western Ukrainian cities just to take out Zelensky? I mean, that's possible, my new brain. I think, again, I'm not a military strategist, so like I don't want to like make any declarative statements about this. What I think is likely is that they want to take a bunch of this territory in eastern Ukraine, going a little bit farther beyond these breakaway republics. Vijay Prashad on Friday, when he was talking about, when we watched his live stream on Friday, he was talking about the possibility of a land bridge from the breakaway republics to Crimea. So I think it might be about officially kind of annexing that eastern part of Ukraine and basically surrounding Kiev while the negotiations go on, to what I guess in a way to like bolster their negotiation the hand that they have. Whether you think that that's a good idea or a psychotic idea, I guess depends on who you are. But I think that's a part of it, because I don't think they have any interest in occupying Ukraine for the next X number of years. I think they want to. It seems like they want to encircle Kiev, annex that part of eastern Ukraine, possibly creating a land bridge to Crimea, and they want to have that negotiating power. They want Kiev to be basically encircled. That's again, I'm not a military strategist, so don't take my word for it. That I think is a possibility, though.
And knows that Ukraine will be eventually admitted into NATO.
Yeah, it became a fertile ground then for the beginning of the end, which was exactly the intent for the U.S.-backed operation.
They can't occupy it, so grab and sue for peace. That's kind of what it seems like.
And I wanted to point out a couple things to corroborate your point. I mean, just the fact that the NATO-Russia Founding Act on Mutual Relations back during the Clinton administration, signed in 1997. I mean, that defining issue that was signed basically promised that NATO would not expand into Eastern Europe, not an inch. There was a classified memo released months prior to the invasion of Georgia, sent directly to high-profile U.S. officials, the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, saying that this is going to create, essentially, in so many words, this is a WikiLeaks cable that was released, saying...
I think when you look, just to back up with what I was just saying, I think when you look at a map of the front lines right now, that starts to make a little bit more sense, right? If you know what I mean. See, it's like part of it is linking up these parts of eastern Ukraine with the Crimea. So I don't think they have any intention on occupying the country. Like, people are saying they're going to keep going to Moldova and all these places. Like, I don't really think that's true. I'm not going to make any predictions about that, considering how well my predictions have been holding up lately. So if feel free to come back with a this you in a few months if that is indeed what happens. But I think it's more about annexing these eastern parts of Ukraine, creating a land bridge to Crimea, and encircling Kiev as kind of like a power play, as to be part of that.
in so many words that this is going to U.S. officials, the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, saying that this is going to create, essentially in so many words, this is a WikiLeaks cable that was released, saying in so many words that this is going to cause an unpredictable and uncontrollable consequence that will seriously affect Russia's national security interests. This was years before what happened in 2014. And as you mentioned, I mean, the U.S. was not always hostile with Russia. Let's go back
Reunite
to
the Soviet
this
Union. I mean,
decade
that would be an idea
of
that
time
I'd be
and
more
how
on
it
board with if Russia
transpired
was
over
socialist,
the
which,
course
as we
of
know,
the
it
war
is
on
not.
terror. You mentioned the U.S. meddling
Which
in
does
the
kind of
Yeltsin
like
elections,
that's kind of a
propping
key
up
factor.
Yeltsin,
The whole
looting of the
socialism part.
post-Soviet
That's kind of an
economy.
important part of that.
I mean,
It's
just
right
the
in the vein.
the dire state of affairs for Russian people, the hardships that they faced throughout the 90s. Meanwhile, Russia is dealing with their own version of the war on terror, using the Chechens to basically reach out to George W. Bush after 9/11, saying, we will help you invade Afghanistan, or back, I guess, the war in Afghanistan, ironically, given their history with Afghanistan. But then you fast forward to the Iraq war, where Putin said, look, we're not going to support this. This makes no sense, which of course increased the tenuous nature of the relationship. As you mentioned, 2014 was really a breaking
It's Red
point.
Scare by imperialist powers against a
Talk
capitalist nation
about
under
the
threat.
circumstances that
Things are going to
led
get foggy.
Russia
We have to focus on our own bourgeoisie. And I agree, Dimitri.
counter
That's why we
this
need to keep talking about NATO.
dire
That's why we need to keep
situation.
talking
I mean,
about the role that we
Obama
played in this.
really was being
That's
pushed
the only
from
thing we have
all
any control
sides.
over, if we even
The
have
red
control over
line,
that, which we don't really.
to put that no-fly zone in Syria, and Putin basically said, we're going to step in here. Can you just explain that context really briefly before we get to the coup?
Yeah, that's really important. And again, I'm glad you mentioned
I'm not always
and
a
came
fan
back
of
to
Abby,
the
especially
point
lately, but she's done a
that
great
the
job
United
with this
States
discussion.
didn't
Why not
always
Afro
look
Socialist? I've always
unfavorably
really
at
liked
the
Abby.
Russian government.
I talked to her a few years
after
ago on
the
my podcast.
dissolution.
When she put out her documentary Gaza Fights for Freedom, which is just like a fucking harrowing documentary, which I thought about when there was all these questions going on. I've never seen a brave population fighting like this in recent history. I've never seen this. And I immediately thought about Abby's film Gaza Fights for Freedom and the Great March of Return, which was like an fucking incredible, inspiring several months when unarmed Palestinians are just going up to the fence. People would say, they're going up to the border fence, but it's like not even a border because there's not two states. It's a prison. It's the prison fence that keeps people trapped in Gaza. Going up to these fences and just like getting killed. Israeli snipers shooting legs off people, shooting nurses, journalists, and keep going back week after week, which, by the way, the West fully supported and encouraged. They killed a fucking Canadian nurse and our government did nothing. Did nothing about it. We said thank you. We said thank you for killing our nurse. Israel, do you need any more billions of dollars or weapons or anything? Thank you. So excuse me if I don't take the moral grandstanding from the fucking Trudeau government all that seriously, and our fucking fascist deputy prime minister.
Of the Soviet Union. Remember George W. Bush, he said that he looked into Putin's eyes and he could see his soul and he was a good man. I'm paraphrasing, but remember that? He was like, it sounded like he was kind of like interested in Putin. I mean, he was like really,
Sorry,
he
I
liked
had
Putin.
subs
He
on.
was
I
this
hope that didn't
like
bother
bud.
anybody.
He was going to be like their best friends forever. I mean, he had this connection to him. And then when Obama, and then relations deteriorated in
imagine
2008,
if Russia killed a Canadian nurse right now, how the reaction would be.
after Russia moved into Georgia following that Bucharest summit where NATO said we're going to move Georgia into NATO, which of course means moving nuclear weapons on Russia's border, right? Or potentially doing that. So then relations deteriorated, and then Obama wins the election, and the first thing Obama does is he has his Secretary of State, none other than Hillary Clinton, go and meet with Sergei Lavrov. And remember, they brought that great big red button.
Oh yeah, the Acme prop,
Coyote. And they said, let's press the big red reset button. And by the way, Lavrov was confused because the State Department is so incompetent that they didn't get the Russian translation for reset properly. So he was looking at the thing and trying to, what does this mean?
Zelensky.
I can't remember what the term was. But anyway, it wasn't reset. But the point was, Obama was trying to improve relations. And even remember when Obama was caught on that hot mic when he was talking, I think it was to Medvedev at one point. He says, well, look, just wait till we get through the next American election and then we can improve relations again with Russia. That was obviously before the 2012 election. So Obama and Hillary Clinton at the beginning of the first term of the Obama administration, again, looking to Russia. Russia is also included in the G7. The G7 become the G8. It's like the imperialist countries have decided to open their door and have this little junior partner come in. Russia. China's not included, even though, the Chinese economy was taking off at that point. Russia, as a quote European power, was brought in as well to the G7. So the G7 becomes the G8.
I don't know if you
so
saw
it looks like maybe things are getting
spamming the
sort
chat
of normal
based
between
Russia,
the
which
U.S.
I don't
and
want to
Russia.
have to fucking deal with.
And Russia's attitude, as you mentioned, they didn't like the war in Iraq. Putin wasn't for it, but they didn't do that much to oppose it. And when it came to Libya in 2011, both Russia and China abstained instead of using their veto when the U.S. pushed through, I think it was Resolution 1973, meaning that the UN was authorizing the use of force to protect Libyan civilians in the eastern part of Libya in Benghazi. Of course, that became the pretext, the fig leaf and the pretext for Britain, France, and the United States using NATO to destroy Libya. So we had all of these kind of, appeasement policies on the part of Russia and also by China. And the U.S. was considering Russia to be sort of a partner of sorts. Everything changes, as you mentioned, then, Abby, in 2013 and 2014. So what happens? And this is so important. Instead of just thinking of Putin as the evil one and America or the West as the good guys, let's think about what actually happened.
It's always
the U.S.
the
destroys
Muslim Arab
Libya
children,
in the war in
horrible Arab African men,
2011. The head of state, Gaddafi, is lynched in the streets. 70-year-old man is lynched in the streets. Hillary Clinton is caught on
Horrific,
tape, or
by the way.
wants to be on tape, laughing, say, ha, ha, ha. We came, we saw, he died.
He was, Gaddafi, no matter what you want to say about him, did a number of good things in Libya. I don't think was a perfect leader, definitely. He was sodomized with a bayonet. That's how this guy died at the street. A guy who had made a deal with the United States, who gave up their nukes. To appease the United States. And that's how you get treated. He was on film. I've seen it. It's horrific. It's fucking horrific. He was a real one. Did a number of very good things in Libya. Which was dumb as hell on his part. I mean, I don't know how many... Everyone around... And Hillary laughed about it, yeah. Hillary laughed about it. I don't know how many more historical examples you need not to make a fucking deal with the United States of America. Only one in a long list of examples. NATO are the civilized ones, though, yeah. How's Libya doing now, by the way? And then Libya entered a new period of peace and prosperity. I remember is how that went, right? Is that how that happened? We probably don't look into that. Let's not look into that. Christ. And again, these are the people that are lecturing everyone about violence and authoritarianism and autocracy and respecting borders and all this shit. Like, to say, no matter what you want to say about this invasion, and I've talked about this, like my feelings about this invasion a lot. Like, you already know how I feel about this. Ukraine, at the very least, though, Ukraine is on Russia's border. Where is Libya in relation to the United States of America? Where is Iraq in relation to the United States of America or Afghanistan or Syria or any of these places? The Ukraine is literally right on their border. We've literally parked military bases and nukes right directly on their border. How far away is Libya from the United States? How far away is Vietnam? How far away is Korea? Give me a fucking break.
And then Xi and the hawks in the State Department, including Blinken and, the current Jake Sullivan, the whole current crew, they're like, on to Syria. Now Syria is next, and Obama and Clinton and John Kerry, who was then who later becomes
We
Secretary of
simply
State
use the
after
computer to
Clinton, they're
mark
all
up
saying,
the size of the account.
that Assad must go. We're going to do to Syria what we just did to Libya. And now Syria is a long time ally, first of the Soviet Union and after the Soviet Union of Russia. It's a principal alliance. And at a certain point, and after looking at what the United States did with its UN authorization in Libya, which was to destroy the government, the Putin government decided to put its foot down and decided they weren't going to let the neocons in the U.S. government destroy Syria as they had Libya and as they had Iraq. And by the way, in the last week, Putin is referring back to these as
we've already seen the U.S. was ready to start a nuclear war over
decisive
Cuba,
moments
Russian
in
and
the
computer
to mark up the size of the account. Of his own thinking.
Gotta love the Libya model.
Yeah, the Libya model. That's right. Yeah, that's what John Bolton wanted for Korea. New liberal hero John Bolton, who now gets liberals love this guy because he said Trump bad. Because he said Trump bad, so he's a liberal hero now. It's fucking psychos on MSNBC every day. And remember, they're the ones that talk to us. They call us the tankies, and they say that we like political violence. That's how fucking backwards all this shit is. And Canada would get immediately swept away if we got too cozy with China. You're right. I'm not going to stop advocating for Quebec to separate and Quebec to separate, not along like linguistic English versus French lines, but to create a new state with the values of like indigenous solidarity and socialism. Quebec separates under these new values rather than this kind of linguistic cultural line. And they say, well, how are you going to fund all your little social democratic policies in Quebec, huh? When you're cut off from all that Alberta oil money and stuff. Belton Road, baby. Belton Road. This is my little project I'm working on now. Independent Quebec on the Belton Road. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
So that's the real turning point. Russia enters the Syrian war and says, we will not allow Assad's government to be destroyed. Yes, we want to defeat ISIS, but you're not going to take over Syria as you did Libya and Iraq. And they win. The Russian intervention, along with the support of Hezbollah and Iranian-supported militia forces, they turn the tide, along, of course, with the Syrian Arab Army, which was, even though it was majority Sunni, stuck with the government, the Assad government. They turn the tide. They defeat the right-wing terrorists, who are the allies of the United States and Saudi Arabia and Turkey. So that's a decisive moment.
I did see a tweet this week about how Russia helped destroy Syria and all this stuff, and it's like, that is not accurate. That's not what happened.
Exactly. And the next year was the coup, of course, that ousted democratically
We tried to destroy Syria like we destroyed Libya, and they
led by
helped stop
far-right forces, as you mentioned, literal neo-Nazi
They call you an
brigades,
Assadist for
regiments
pointing
that
this
led
out, but
a
that's just
violent
the reality.
uprising.
Sorry.
They were completely glorified by the Western media. Apparently, these Western media outlets did not learn. Even Vice News, that was infamous for, standing in front of these SS symbols on these tanks behind them, and still fast forward to the coverage today, and they are still glorifying the Azov battalion and far-right ultranationalist groups. It is just startling that these outlets, I guess, just don't care or haven't learned or feigning ignorance. I really can't explain that away. But the coup was, of course, a really formative moment in
feigning ignorance. You gotta ask who
dissolving of the
benefits when you see
relations
these
between Russia and the U.S.
Listen,
because
that's just a basic question. When you see these like hipster pseudo-left outlets such as Vice and Bellingcat covering these foreign policy issues like this in this manner and ignoring these far-right elements, accidentally ignoring these far-right elements, who benefits from that? That's the question. Who benefits? That's what I want to know. Whoops. Whoops, I did it again.
Officials like Victoria Nuland out there talking openly about how we have invested $5 billion in Ukrainian democracy, quote unquote, since, I guess over the last decade or so. I mean, we all know what that's code for. That's code for fomenting regime change through organizations like the NED, USAID, in countries that we want people to rise up and overthrow their governments. You had heard John McCain on the ground meeting with these far-right insurgencies, doing photo ops. I mean, it was quite over the top. So it is not hyperbolic to say that this was a U.S.-backed operation.
Robert Evans claiming Ben Norton and a few others are pro-Russia, anti-Western agents or whatever. What a loser.
Try to throw a wrench in
taken
the
funded from the
relations
NED,
that were between Ukraine
which
and
they've
Russia.
openly talked about.
Abandoning that IMF loan in favor of the Russia loan.
Zero credibility.
There was a
Fuck
lot
off.
that was going into that. At the time, of course, as the coup unfolded, we had the annexation of Crimea. All of the heat on Russia Today, basically blaming Russia Today as, being part and parcel of this operation of Russia meddling in U.S. democracy. It was really the beginning of a whole new wave of Russia phobia, of this narrative that became front and center, that Putin was this arch villain controlling aspects of U.S. society, really projecting and deflecting away from what the U.S. had been doing for
and as I've been saying too, all the people that promote these theories about Putin being this puppet master, chess grandmaster, controlling everything, no one does more Russian propaganda than these people.
But
no one does more Putin
one of the questions in the
propaganda
chat that I wanted to throw at you
idea.
to guide us into this current situation, which is, several high-ranking ultranationalists.
So Azov doing 9/11 2 in 20 years has completely melted my
especially in the
fucking brain.
armed forces.
Give it 10.
And I don't know where that went.
The end game has been accelerated.
And
okay, Pelicans, it's not 20 years.
Give it 10
is
asking, how influential are the Nazi forces? Because this is a big talking point that we're seeing used by Putin, that we can get into his speech and all that in a second. But the main point that's being peddled out there and repeated is that this is about the denazification of Ukraine. And it is a
Makazuki, please stop spamming the chat. Thank you for your input. Please stop spamming the chat. Okay, we appreciate your input. Thank you. No more, please. Thanks. Can you pause the videos when you talk too many voices going on? Okay, sorry, Lucien. It's just this is a long video, so I'm trying to get out all the points that I have and also watch the whole thing. Robert Evans was definitely on the wrong side because Makazuki, you're spamming the chat and it's annoying. Robert Evans definitely on the wrong side when it came to the Bolivia coup, as were a number of these like Vice and Bellingcat types. A lot of it's not a coup types were saying this around this time. Justin Ling was another one. Of course, it's not a coup. Thank you, Makazuki. Syria showed the playbook of how moderate ISIS were being romanticized and glorified for some reporters, including white helmets. I mean, it's something that we don't talk about enough. Like, we were literally, you get called an Assadist for talking about Syria and pointing out correctly that we were arming, in the same way that we're arming and funding neo-Nazi militias in Ukraine right now that led to this exact situation. We're also arming and funding Islamic fundamentalists, like, fascist groups in Syria. Those are the good guys that we were sending arms and funds to. It's exact same playbook, like Afro-Socialist is pointing out.
A valid point that Nazis were prominent in the coup and after the coup, but since then we have seen another election.
Weird how we're funding every
Zelensky
far-right
took power in a
That is
democratic election since then, and he's a Jewish man, and there are a lot of Jewish.
And this whole point, I'm actually going to back up. I'm sorry for talking over this. I'm trying to get through this very long video. Very important point. And I mentioned this earlier. We've been talking about the neo-Nazi problem in Ukraine, which is a very real phenomenon. I'm not going to stop. We should talk about that. It's important. I'm not going to stop talking about it. But this is extreme. When we talk about this subject, this is extremely important context that Brian and Abby get into here.
Citizen. And, it is a valid point that Nazis were prominent in the coup and after the coup, but since then we have seen another election. Zelensky took power in a democratic election since then, and he's a Jewish man, and there are a lot of Jewish citizens living in Ukraine, and it does seem like there is no nuance given. There's kind of a cartoonish depiction of this is a Nazi regime, and we just got to go take out this Nazi regime. So I guess comment on that before we get into the fighting in these other regions and of course the invasion itself.
And again, this is what I've been trying to make this point over the last couple of days. We can talk about the legitimate neo-Nazi problem in Ukraine. We need to draw the line at believing Putin as being an honest actor when he talks about this denazification process and just taking everything that he says about this at face value. Because he's taking this very legitimate thing and cynically kind of weaponizing it. Okay? Yes, it's a real problem, but there needs to be a little bit of nuance on this, and we should not take everything that Putin says at face value about this.
Yeah, and I think it might be useful, Abby, you can decide to spend a little bit more time on how Maidan actually unfolded and why it unfolded.
Please.
And then we could talk about the role of the fascist wing, because it wasn't the only wing. Certainly it wasn't the only wing in the protests going on in the center of Kiev, but we can talk about them because, as you rightly mentioned, as people are putting in the chat, Putin is now explaining the Russian invasion of Ukraine, or the Russian military intervention there, on the basis that it's going to demilitarize Ukraine and it's going to denazify Ukraine. So these are the two of the main points that are used by Putin to explain or to justify the Russian military action. But I want to go back to what actually happened in Maidan, because I think it is important for people to understand and not have a cartoonish understanding of Ukraine or Ukrainian politics. Of course, Nazism and fascism had played an important role in Ukraine during World War II, where a section of Ukrainian society fought with the Nazis. And those people who are part of the far right today are putting up the banners of the fascist leaders of that time as if they are the national heroes. They are the George Washingtons of their country. That's important. But to go back to how...
That's why they call them the Banderites, right? That's been a big part of this nationalist Ukrainian project. Absolutely true. And again, like one who reads, pointing out just being Jewish does not mean not fascist. And I agree. Like we've talked about before, it's like... just like black people can uphold white supremacy, even if they're not card-carrying, mask-wearing Klan members, black people can be cogs in this kind of white supremacist machine, from black cops who uphold a white supremacist institution to someone like Barack Obama, who's the president of the United States, who ultimately, as a government, is still upholding this kind of global white supremacy. So the idea that someone's personal identity can completely invalidate that, that's not true. But there does need to be context about this idea, about this neo-Nazi problem in Ukraine, and no one should suggest that it's a neo-Nazi regime or a neo-Nazi country. Like Dimitri's pointing out, influenced by Nazis who don't want peace talks at all, Azov and right sector, the government is captured in strategic points by fascist sympathizers. I think that's a good way of putting it. But we shouldn't have a cartoonish understanding of this. Brian's going to explain more. Example, the African Union supporting NATO. Exactly. Or Netanyahu being a Holocaust revisionist. Another good example. Yes. Obama famously became post-racial after Obama. That's right. Yeah. Let's hear more from Brian, because this is a very, very good point.
How the protest started in Maidan. Maidan is the center square in Kiev. The European Union, not the United States, the European Union said to Yanukovych, who was this neutral government in Kiev, again, as I said, balancing between East and West, said that he wouldn't join NATO. They said to Yanukovych, if you're going to enter the EU, then you've got to do it right now. And we're not going to bring you in as an EU member. You can come in on what's called an EU association agreement, which meant basically that Ukraine would enter EU, but under conditions of extreme economic austerity, like what was imposed on the people of Greece, but even worse. And Yanukovych said no to that agreement.
And someone sent actually this tweet from Yanis Varoufakis, which is quite interesting on this subject. Very, very briefly, we can take a look at that. Where someone says, what do you think about a situation where other countries decide for Greece what will be the best outcome for your country? It says, you mean what has been happening to Greece since 1821? At the risk of shattering your illusions, let me break the news to you. I grew up in a fascist dictatorship that was a fully fledged member of NATO, an organization that lifted not one finger to help Democrats. And similar, Yanis knows all too well, when he tried to go up against the EU, when they democratically voted to reject austerity, and the EU said, nope, no thank you, and they forced the people of Greece to accept this like austerity regime, which destroyed, countless people's lives in Greece as well.
He didn't say, no, I don't want to be in the EU. He said, this agreement is a bad agreement for Ukrainians. We're already poor. This will make us poorer. And at that moment, protests started in October and November and December of 2013. Now, at that time, Putin and the Russians, I think, were preoccupied with the Sochi Olympics because they were worried there were going to be protests at the Sochi Olympics. They were worried whether there's going to be disruption. There was a lot of struggle. They were distracted by the Olympics, while the West started to pour in huge amounts of support for these protests against Yanukovych, seeing it as a geostrategic opportunity. The people who were coming to Maidan were mainly not fascists. They were mainly people who wanted to be part of Europe, and Europe was giving this ultimatum to Yanukovych. It's either now or never. You accept this agreement, this austerity plan, or you're never coming in. Then you're going to be with Russia. A lot of West Ukrainian people who look to Europe, who consider themselves, Eurocentric compared to being Russocentric, they didn't want the Yanukovych government to blow the opportunity. Then there were hard right elements who were also in those protests, like the right sector, like the Azov Brigade, like the other fascist parties. And during the whole time, you can see the EU and then eventually the United States. You mentioned Victoria Nuland, who had been Hillary Clinton's personal press secretary when she became a Secretary of State. And she's married to a leading neocon, the leader of the neocon movement in the United States, Robert Kagan. And she then kind of takes over. At that point, she's an assistant secretary of state under Clinton. She actually goes to Ukraine and she's in the square with the protesters. Now, this is a big deal for the protesters because now they feel the full backing of the U.S. government.
Oh, they had nothing to do with it,
and she's actually handing out cookies to them. And then on our radio show, on our podcast, the Socialist Program.
It's just the ridiculous thing when people say, you center the U.S. and everything. Do you understand that countries make decisions outside of the U.S. and the U.S. is not responsible for every single thing that happens? Well, explain this. Explain this, asshole. Explain this shit. Of course they had their fucking fingers all over this. Give me a break. I'll have to put some clips from Greece under the dictatorship in Discord today. Yeah, you should do that. You should do that. Cookies to the coup members who stormed the parliament. Someone pointed out as well, like, a way to understand the Maidan is a January 6th movement that succeeded. Which is, there are very strong parallels to that. Yeah, the deputy secretary of state handing out cookies, just totally nothing. We're totally impartial. We're totally impartial here. Give me a break. Yeah, typical first world. Do you think America's responsible for everything? You think Ukrainians can't decide for themselves? Come on. January 6th, but actually organized and with the backing of the most powerful country in the world. The backing and the support of America and all these other powerful European countries. Come on.
Available on Breakthrough News. We played the tape of Victoria Nuland talking to other members of the U.S. diplomatic entourage in Kiev right before the coup. And they're talking about who the next leaders of Ukraine should be. And one of them says, well, what about this guy who's in the far...
Sorry, we might as well, as context, we might as well listen to this phone call. We might as well just listen to this phone call. We can still hear this. Can someone find the clip? Can someone find the link for me? I'm trying to find it right now with the pressure on. It's difficult. We might as well listen to it while we're talking about it. You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle. Goodness, what's this? Lucian Gore, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. I really, really appreciate that, Lucian. Hell yeah. Rockets right up. New community member, rockets right up to an elite member of the Friendship Triangle. How wonderful. How wonderful. Thank you very much, Lucian. Here it is. I think this is it. Here's that phone call that he's referring to, the Deputy Secretary of State. And listen, for all these fucking NATO heads who refuse to admit that U.S. had something to do with this, who think we're just Western-centric and we think the U.S. controls everything, explain this.
When you're a high-ranking official talking about diplomatic efforts in Ukraine, the last thing you want to do is drop your guard.
What's the event
that would be great, I think, to help.
What's the event compared to January 6th? We're talking about the Maidan in Ukraine in 2014. It was a coup that overthrew the government with the full support of the United States, and had these distinctly fascist characteristics. This is a phone call with the Assistant U.S. Secretary of State, Victoria Nuland, at that time, literally selecting who the next Ukrainian leader was going to be.
The thing you want to do is drop your guard.
So that would be great, I think, to help glue this thing and have the UN help glue it. And, the EU.
But that is exactly what reportedly happened between U.S. Assistant Secretary of State Victoria Nuland and U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine Jeffrey Pyatt. The exchange has since surfaced online, including the crude swipe at the European Union.
I don't need this
The audio clip of a woman and man said to be Nuland and Pyatt.
Sorry to our
Here's
British
them
friends.
discussing strategies to work with the 3 main opposition figures.
I don't think Cleach should go into the government. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's a good idea.
In terms of him not going into the government, just let him sort of stay out and do his political homework and stuff. I'm just thinking in terms of sort of the process moving ahead, we want to keep the moderate Democrats together. The problem is going to be Tony Boak and his guys. And, I'm sure that's part of what Yanukovych is calculating on all of this.
I think Yats is the guy who's got the economic experience,
He's the guy.
governing experience. He's the guy, what he needs is Cleach and Tony Book on the outside. He needs to be talking to them 4 times a week, I just think Cleach going in, he's going to be at that level working for Yatsenyuk. It's just not going to work.
It's just not going to work for us. But of course, the United States had just nothing to do with it. Had nothing to do with any of that stuff. How dare you suggest that? Have you donated to the Army of Ukraine? No, I have not. No, I have not, Lil Morty. Actually, my government, the Canadian government, has sent several $billion in lethal aid and funding to the Ukrainian military, so I don't think they need any more help from me, personally. But that's just me. Yeah. Okay.
All right. And what about this guy? She said, no. And then the U.S. ambassador says, well, the EU thinks it should be this. And she says, and pardon my language, she says, fuck the EU. It's going to be Yats. It's going to be Yats. Yats is going to be the guy. Now, Yats is Yatsenyuk, who is a pro-U.S. sort of technocrat, financier guy. And they wanted him to be the new leader of Ukraine because he could connect more with the United States. And he wasn't tarnished by Nazism, right? So the coup happens, by the way, on February 21st, an agreement is signed. Germany's there. I think Poland's there. Russia's there. The United States is there. The opposition, including the mainstream opposition and the fascists and Yanukovych, they all there. They sign an agreement on February 21st. And the agreement is basically we agree to all the protesters' demands. We're going to have early elections, meaning Yanukovych will probably lose and somebody who's even more pro-EU will win. There's going to be a devolution of political authority away from the center into the regions. That's helpful because Ukraine is a demographically divided country. And Yanukovych says yes and agrees to pull the cops out of Maidan. That's the agreement. And the next day, absent a police presence, the fascists storm the parliament, disperse it. The president flees for his life. Victoria Nuland, John McCain say, this is a great day for Ukraine. This is the greatest day for Ukraine. This Nazi-led coup d'etat. Think about January 6th. This was January 6th on steroids because it actually dispersed the parliament and seized the power.
There it is. He admitted.
And then now a government that was a transitional government under these far-right fascist forces says, look, Russia is now banned as an official second language. They make it clear that they're a Russophobe, hostile regime. They say, we're going to come into NATO. And that's when the battle in the eastern part of Ukraine, what is Donetsk and Luhansk, and also Crimea, heats up, because it's at that moment that the people in the East realize that this government is going to be with NATO and it's going to be anti-Russia and anti-Russian. And an armed struggle starts in the East, and that's when Putin decides the Black Sea naval base that Russia has in Crimea, which is their biggest base, is not going to be a NATO base with nuclear weapons against Russia. So that's when Putin says, I'm permitting the referendum, which of course is stage managed by the Russian military to have a referendum in Crimea. But most of the people in Crimea want to be with Russia. They're mostly Russian oriented or Russian people or Russian speaking. And so they vote overwhelmingly in the referendum. And that's considered to be the invasion by Russia. So would that have happened? Would Crimea have happened if it hadn't been for the coup? Would the coup have happened if it wasn't for the fascists using their muscle? Would the coup have happened if the different international signatories had agreed to the February 21st compromise? None of this would have happened. I say to the American peace movement and to the American people, if you're upset and angry about a war in Ukraine, which you should be, you should say that this is the fault of Victoria Nuland and John McCain and the Republican Party and the Democratic Party and the State Department. The only thing that was different between then and now is President Barack Obama was a restraining force on the neocon forces within the U.S. government, because unlike what came later under Trump and Biden, Obama absolutely refused to send weapons to Ukraine after the coup, because he knew that Russia would perceive that to be the beginning of the end for Russia, because it would mean that NATO was creating a de facto membership for Ukraine, even if it wasn't formally a member. That's kind of like an important part of
this. This is some
context.
guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found
do
this.
The emote. Do not do the candy liquor emote. Don't do it. Do not do it. No one do the candy liquor emote.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
No. Hey, stop it. Stop that. Stop doing it. Do not do...
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account. We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Simply using the computer to mark up the size of the account.
I can wait just
you
as
can
long
count
as
on
you
me.
can.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I can wait just as long as you can. Flip the lights on and off. Okay, hello. Yeah, countdown from 10. Jesus Christ.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Are you about
No
through?
licky.
Are you about through? Is it out of your system now? Can you
simply
move on, do you think?
use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
This emote is going to push Rob to the PragerU.
This is going to be why I left the left. Are you about through?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Left FL1 candy liquor.
Are you about through now? This is the most dad mode I've ever seen Rob go. I can't just press play because now I've got to do thank yous. I will turn this stream around. Is that what you want? Do you want to go home? Do you want to end the stream soon? Is that what you want? Are you about through? I think it's about enough. You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle. Hey, 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 hey. Knock it off.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Hello chat, absolutely don't knock it off.
D-Mesh, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to talk about an important geopolitical issue. We're trying to watch this long video, which is not even close to being finished. I would like to get back to that at some point. The war in Ukraine was never about Nazis. It's never about NATO. It's never about natural resources or territorial disputes. At its core, this war is about a little bit of chicken fried, cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right. Metal Kitty Mom, thank you very much. Metal Kitty Mom for the 5 months of Tier 1. Thank you very much. Kal-El Marks, thank you very much for the 8 months of Tier 1. Thank
We
you,
simply
Kal-El Marks.
use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
I'm so sorry, it's 200 friend coin to trigger the text-to-speech. It's 200. It's 200. Otherwise, look at the amount of jokers that I got going on here. Look at the amount of jokers that I got going on. If it was 100 coins, it would be endless, this kind of shit. Jeremiah on Twitch, thank you very much for the 6 months of Tier 1. I appreciate that a lot. Simplistic Linguistic, thank you for the 100 friend coin. Dimitri Ulyanov, thank you very, very much for the 100 friend coin as well. Pissed, valued community member, Pissed, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Valued community member, Pissed, thank you very much. River and Raisins, gifted a Tier 1 sub to Marcus.
Use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Ram Ranch really rocks.
You can say that again. Irate Lump, thank you for the 14 months of Tier 1. I appreciate that so much. Irate Lump, Our Means chipped in 61 bits. Thank you, Our Means. Paradis gifted a sub. Thank you, Paradis 100. Doc Hollywood, Doc, thank you for the 200 friend coin. Dimitri, thank you for 200 friend coin as well. Nerny, 10 months of Tier 1. Thank you, Nerny. Paradis 100 with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Paradis 100, so much for the support. I appreciate it a lot. Valued community member Pissed, once again, 200 friend coin. I appreciate that as well. Pissed, thank you so much. Wilco93, the 100 friend coin as well. Thank you, Wilco. And Tool Using Mammal, thank you for the 200 friend coin also. Can we move on with this video now? How about that? Okay? We're watching this video. Thanks for the raid, Marcus, by the way. I'm sorry for complaining about your emote. We don't need to talk about it anymore. On the last day of Black History Month, I agree that was fucked up and problematic, and I apologize. I see no shiny Putin bad stream decoration. This must be a pro-Putin stream. I might still have... Hold on, wait, look. Oh, shit.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Calm Like a Bomb says, thanks for the laugh. You're welcome. Thank you. Look at this. In case anyone's coming to the stream and you don't know what I'm about. In case anyone's coming to the stream and you don't know what I'm about. Look at that.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Okay? There. See? There it is. Comrade Metsia, thank you very much for the friend coin as well. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Thanks again, Marcus, for the raid. Left Flank Vets. I appreciate that. Very, very kind of you. Let's now move on with this video. We've had a little laugh, okay? We had a little break. Yeah. Really, really funny. Yep. Good. Yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah, thanks. Now let's continue watching this video. Very informative video with Abby Martin and Brian Becker talking about the context of this invasion of Ukraine, which I'm against because Putin bad. Very informative. Let's now get back to the video. No more laughing. Okay, fun time is over now. Okay, fun time is finished. We're getting back to shh. Shh. Let's get back to watching this video. Very important video. Let's hear more from Brian Becker, Abby Martin.
Explain more thoroughly this fighting that's been ongoing since the coup. I mean, the toppling of the government didn't mark the end of the violence. The fighting continued until the invasion. So, for people who are living in these disputed regions, which was Donetsk and Luhansk, that Donbass is central to, that fighting never stopped. I mean, I was shocked to learn that 14,000 people had died since the coup.
We don't really hear much about that on the old media.
The Ukrainian military has been taking pretty severe action.
Do those people
fighting
count? Do they count?
The Russian-backed separatists.
Did all those 14,000 deaths do that matter for anything?
Fighting Russian-backed separatists in these regions, getting arms funneled to
apparently
them
these are all
by
just
Russia
like
and of course
Russian
by
mercenaries.
the U.S. I mean, the U.S. government has been openly, as well as covertly. I mean, I just saw a clip from Adam Schiff basically bragging about how we've used Ukraine to fight Russia over there.
They've admitted this.
So we don't have to fight them here. I mean, bragging about the fact that we are using Ukraine for a proxy war to literally fight Russia and funneling millions of dollars in lethal weaponry that, of course, was crossing another red line. Then you see Biden, because of the amassing of Russian troops in this region, Biden taking that other dramatic stance where he sent more weapons, the quote unquote lethal aid that was.
Let's just back up for one moment before we continue this, and we referenced that phone call. I want to reference this clip from Adam Schiff again, in case anyone thinks that it's some Putin conspiracy. Putin, who I think is bad, by the way, I do think he's bad. In case anyone thinks it's some kind of Russian conspiracy to talk about the ways that the U.S. has both interfered in Ukrainian politics to overthrow the government in 2014, which we just proved as well, or that they've been openly funding one side of a civil war in eastern Ukraine for the last 10 years. Okay? In case anyone thinks that's some Russian propaganda thing, fucking don't you take it from me. Don't listen to me about this. Let's listen to Adam Schiff.
The United States aids Ukraine and her people so that we can fight Russia over there and we don't have to fight Russia here. The United States aids Ukraine and her people so that we can fight Russia over there and we don't have to fight Russia here.
Cool. Good job. But remember, pointing out that the West has played a role in creating the exact conditions for now this invasion, whether you agree with the invasion or you don't agree with it, or you think it's a dangerous escalation, as I do. It's not Russian propaganda to point this out. That the United States has been arming and Canada has been arming and funding one side of a civil war where tens of thousands of people have died. Okay.
Parroted uncritically from the media. Anti-tank weapons, all of these things protested vehemently by Moscow. Let's talk about how this escalated
the West has created the situation, has no interest in de-escalating it. In fact, we have every interest to, rather than de-escalating or promoting peace or dialogue or diplomacy, we have every interest right now in pushing this into a fucking blood-drenched, sectarian, nightmarish quagmire. That's, I think, what the West would prefer. The West has been playing games with people's lives in Ukraine for the last 10 years. What we're seeing right now is the chickens coming home to roost. That's the result of it.
Already fraught tensions, how it broke down the negotiations. But first, can you speak to the Nazi presence today in terms of their control in the government and armed forces?
Well, the Ukrainian state is fundamentally a very weak entity, and in many ways, the right-wing paramilitaries have either been incorporated into the Ukrainian state. By right wing, I mean the fascists or neo-fascists have either been incorporated. Some of them have said we no longer need to be revolutionaries, as they put it. We can now work with the state, and in fact have been incorporated into the Ukrainian military and into Ukrainian police forces. So that's real. That's absolutely real. The political position of the fascist forces has weakened in the last couple of years, however.
Lethal aid is
Ukraine,
the most
in the main,
thing.
is not Nazi. It's not a pro-Nazi country. It's not a pro-fascist country.
This is very important.
And in
this
the
context.
2019 parliamentary elections, the political forces who formed the United Right Bloc, which are the fascist forces, they got about 2.1% of the vote, 2.1% of the parliamentary vote, which doesn't mean that they can't be impactful. And certainly for the people in eastern part of Ukraine, where they have launched this, Russophobe war, there's been a lot of casualties. And some of the fascist units have functioned as rogue units, even if the Ukrainian military isn't shelling. They don't have complete discipline over all of these militia units. And so they're conducting their own fight. And of course, for them, they want the war with Russia. They wanted the war with Russia.
This is what I've been saying.
They wanted it because if there was a war with Russia, the West will take their side. And if they take their side, that means they accelerate into positions of power. Now, they also know that the United States isn't, even though it fought Nazi Germany and against Mussolini's Italy in World War II, the United States government policy isn't historically an anti-fascist policy when it comes to
quite literally the opposite.
I mean, the U.S.
Okay, but seriously, I just want to hammer on this again, though, just so we understand this, because Brian's correctly pointing out all the influence that these far-right elements have. We should not ignore that. We should not ignore it. We should continue focusing on this. We should not hand wave away this very real fascist element within this ultra-nationalist Ukrainian movement that Canadian Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland has spent her whole life trying to kind of ferment. What we shouldn't do, and what we're not going to do here, and we should not do, is take this very real phenomenon and use that to suggest that Ukraine is some kind of it's a country just populated by fascists. Every single one of the civilians is a fascist. Every single person in Kiev that's being shelled right now, fascist. We should not say that. That's not true. I don't believe that, and no one else should believe that. And in fact, that's something that's very dangerous, I think. That's something that fascists do when you dehumanize people, and calling someone a fascist is dehumanizing them in a way, because as we all know, fascists are not human beings. But in the same way that fascists will describe immigrants as being kind of like rodents, or they'd use this, or cockroaches, or use this kind of dehumanizing language, which then allows them to commit all kinds of horrible violence on these people. We can do the same thing when we start to go along down this path where we suggest that everyone in the country is a fascist. Then we start to not care what happens to them. And that's when we stop caring about people that are in Kiev right now that have nothing to do with any of this shit, that are dying and being terrorized, right? And we should continue to remember these people, and remember that these people have nothing to do with any of the Maidan or Azov or Right Sector or any of these groups. They're just average, normal people that just want to be fucking left alone and go about their lives. And we shouldn't just dehumanize everyone in the country and assume that they're fascists, so who cares what happens to them. That is one thing that we should not do. But having said that, that doesn't mean we should ignore this very real problem. And regardless of the fact that fascists have a small amount of power within their actual parliament, as Brian's pointed out, as others have pointed out in the chat, as I have pointed out, they do have significant power in the country, in the military establishment and others. But let's make that distinction. Let's have nuance about this. And let's understand the role that the far right plays in Ukraine, which is a large role. It's a very real phenomenon, without dehumanizing everyone in the country and, no longer caring about what happens to them. Okay? Let's hear more from Brian.
The U.S. will work with any force, including the most right-wing fascist forces. We see this throughout Latin America.
Yes, they do.
The School of the Americas at Fort Benning, named after the Confederate General Fort.
And this is a good point as well. At the end of the day, we're all just human beings that want peace, happiness, a little bit of chicken fried, a cold beer on a Friday night, and a pair of jeans that fit just right. I agree with that. The government is very fascist. It's true. And we have to have this distinction. This is what I have to have this distinction. They have a minimal role in the parliament, but that doesn't mean they don't have a large role, like in the military establishment and in all these other vital ways that have been continuing this war. Right? But let's make this distinction, and let's not dehumanize everyone that lives in the country by suggesting that they're all fascists or that they're all fascist sympathizers. We shouldn't do this.
General Benny, they trained the fascists in Latin America. They killed the left. They killed the workers and the peasants and the communists and the socialists and the people who just wanted Latin America to be independent. So the fascists know the U.S. is willing to play ball with fascism as long as they do America's bidding. In this case, it's been very useful to keep the conflict in the eastern part of Ukraine going because it provides a position of endless militarization, and then Ukraine is importing more and more weapons into Ukraine, which are being directed largely against Russian-speaking people or Russian people who live in the eastern part of Ukraine. But from the point of view of the Russian government, all of those weapons coming into Ukraine.
Marcus, I know it's only Monday. I know it's only Monday night. I can grab you one of those cold beers, though, Marcus, if you don't mind. I'm going to get on my twerking jeans, guzzle down a nice cold beer, if you don't mind, sir. Thank you, Old Dutch. Another important point when we're talking about this as well is just like this whole idea of like NATO and why are the Russians even complaining? Ukraine's not a part of NATO. Why are they complaining that they're going to be a part of NATO or the EU? They're not. And apparently because of these border disputes, they don't even meet the criteria to join NATO. But like functionally, I know there's some differences because we don't have this mutual defense pact, but even if they're not a part of NATO, we are still sending in billions of dollars of weapons and arming and training these neo-Nazi groups though. So like, yeah, okay, they're not technically a member of NATO. We're still arming and training them and we're funding one side of a civil war. That still seems pretty significant. That still seems like a pretty significant security risk coming from the perspective of Russia. Sorry to say. That still kind of is an important fact that we should keep in mind.
As it becomes a de facto member, not a formal member, but a de facto member of NATO, means that these weapons will never be taken out.
That's right.
And we'll talk about this more too, but in the recent months, Turkey has sent advanced drones. Turkey, of course, is the eastern flank of NATO, has sent advanced drones to the Ukrainian government. That wouldn't have happened without the U.S. giving the green light to it. And
Turkey also closing their waters for Russian warships. And Zelensky also said on live television that Ukraine will be acquiring nukes soon. What the fuck is this guy thinking? Like, seriously. Jesus Christ. Yeah, of course, they're not part of NATO. They're just acquiring nukes, and the West is arming and funding these militias there to kill people in the East, in the civil war. What are the Russians even complaining about? Jesus Christ. Come on. Okay.
Those drone weapons are very sophisticated technologies now, and they're hitting their Russian targets, either people in the East or even Russian targets inside of Russia. And I think it's been very shocking to the Putin administration how all of these advanced weapons are coming in. Well, it also happens that it comes 2 years, 3 years after the U.S. under Trump arbitrarily canceled the INF treaty. And that is, there are two big treaties. This is a bit of a digression, Abby, but I think it might as well mention them for people since we're going down all of these historical routes. The U.S. canceled the ABM treaty, the anti-ballistic missile treaty, in 2002. Putin at that time said this will be a game changer. But then in 2019, canceled the treaty signed by Gorbachev and Reagan in 1986 called the INF Treaty, the Intermediate Nuclear Range Treaty. That meant that treaty barred the United States or Russia of putting intermediate range nuclear missiles that had a flight of 300 to 600 miles and could reach their target in under 10 minutes in any of the areas close to each other's territory. That's what was happening in the 1980s. That's what started the anti-nuclear movement in Europe. The freeze movement was the U.S. had put all these short-range missiles that could hit Soviet targets in 6 minutes all over Europe. And the Europeans went into the streets and said, look, you're going to use our country as a staging ground for a nuclear war against the Soviets, but you're not going to die in Chicago. You're not going to die in Washington. We're going to die. And that's why the Europeans luckily went into the streets and built this independent anti-war movement that said no. And Gorbachev and Reagan signed that treaty in 1986. And that was a principal part of that architecture that we talked about in the beginning, that Cold War architecture that created equilibrium. The US under Trump canceled it. And that meant the Russians are looking at that and they're saying, okay, they're going to place those weapons at the Ukrainian border with Russia, which is a 1,200-mile long border. Those missiles will reach their targets in less than 10 minutes. We can't defend against them. And that means we'll never have a day of peace. We'll always be under a threat that we can't really refute or rebut or push back against. And that these
Truly,
are the
why are the Europeans allying themselves with us? We don't need to understand. We don't try to understand these people. It's pretty sad. It's a pretty sad state of affairs, frankly. Why would Bernie do this to us? Yeah. And this is an important point. I was mentioning this before. People are making me feel insane for wanting the war to stop, and they're like, "Let's fund it ourselves." I mean, the truly fucked up thing, Iggle Wiggles, that we're seeing right now is that every single person that's like, no, I value peace and diplomacy and dialogue and de-escalation, they're being completely shouted down and drowned out, and they're just like, fuck off, don't say that, shh, go away, don't say that. And the only discourse that's going on right now is escalate, escalate, escalate. Send more weapons, send more people, get more countries in NATO, get Ukraine in EU. That's the only voices we're hearing right now. Escalate, escalate, escalate. And it's just like, you guys are playing a fucking dangerous game right now. Like, this is dangerous. This could get so much worse. This could spiral out of control so much worse. If you want de-escalation, you love Putin. That's where we're at. That's where we're at now. It's deranged. It honestly is making me feel like I'm losing my mind. How do we de-escalate? I don't know, because none of us have any power to do this. Our governments in the West seem determined to do this. Of course, they should fight back. They lost Crimea. I mean, the people then, as this interview has pointed out, the people in Crimea wanted to leave. They wanted to be part of Russia. Facts don't care about your feelings.
Lines that Putin has been talking about. But again, if you look at Maidan as the turning point, because it means that Ukraine, which had been neutral up until 2014, is now coming into NATO, becoming a de facto part of NATO. And then the Ukrainian government launches this endless war against
we can take to the streets. The government has
and
no
by the
interest in
way,
de-escalating
Russia
the situation.
also...
And frankly, and again, while I think we should support, we should remind ourselves of the human cost of this. I've talked about my feelings about this invasion, how I think it's an escalation. It goes past this line of self-defense, yada, yada. I've talked about this already a lot on the stream. I don't need to reiterate this every single time, just so no one thinks that I'm a... Wait, sorry, one more time. I'm going to just flash this. So it's even if we get in the street and ask for de-escalation, the only people that are getting in the street right now are just saying, Ukraine, 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 we love Ukraine, we want to support Ukraine. And yes, we should support citizens of Ukraine that are being shelled that have nothing to do with Azov Battalion, have nothing to do with the Maidan or NATO or any of this stuff. Yes, we should support that. Yes, we should keep them in our minds. But when we say we support Ukraine, what that means fundamentally is we support NATO, we support continuing to arm them, we support escalation. That's what our anti-war movement is doing right now. They're basically implicitly asking for escalation.
Contributed to that war. And I think this is important. I think that as long as that war continued in a formal sense, as long as there was a territorial dispute in the eastern part of the country, NATO formal membership would be prohibited. NATO rules insist that any country that has a border dispute on its territory can't enter NATO. So as long as there was a conflict in the east.
Sorry, has this video been super loud this entire time? Is it super loud? No one's complained about it, so I guess it's okay, but is it really loud? It's been fine? All right, whatever. Okay.
That meant in a formal way, NATO couldn't, Ukraine could not enter NATO.
Wow, Red Jane.
And also it meant that the Russian government had its own ability to have some influence inside of the struggle in NATO, inside of Ukraine. And also there was a pressure from Russian people in Russia. They were like, these are the people in the Donbass. Until 1922 or 1924, when the Soviet Union was created, the Donbass was Russian. I mean, other parts of Ukraine were Russia too, but the Donbass are Russian people. And why are you letting Ukrainian Nazis, who killed so many of us and we spent so many millions of lives to defeat these Nazis, why are you letting them shell our brethren in Donbass? So I think Putin was under extreme pressure to not abandon the Russian-speaking population in the eastern part of Ukraine. So there's this element of Nazism and the struggle against Russian-speaking people. It's complex. It's got a number of different factors, but certainly the public pressure on Putin to do something to defend Russian people in eastern part of Ukraine can't be discounted.
And of course, all of this led to the negotiations completely failing. And it all brought us to what happened just days ago, Brian, where Russia launched.
Do you think if Ukraine gave Russia the regions with Russian people, they would go home? I think that would be a promise to not be in NATO, a promise to be neutral, and that would probably get it to stop. I don't know if that's going to be on the table. Again, our Western governments are like baying for blood right now. I don't know if even if Ukraine wanted to make that deal with them, I don't think that's even a possibility. Because if Zelensky decides to make that offer, something probably unfortunate is going to happen to him. I would imagine. I'm sure that would resolve the situation and lead to peace, but I do not believe that is going to be on the table, unfortunately. I think they want to bridge to Crimea overland. We talked about this earlier. I think it's not. We talked a little bit about this earlier when we were looking at the front lines of what's happening. Anyway.
Launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, sending hundreds, if not thousands of troops in, launching hundreds of missile attacks on cities across the country. I have to say, just personally, as an anti-war activist, I care about war everywhere. And my government has been bombing countless countries, brutalizing populations, subjugating tens of millions of people across the planet for decades. I think that this is a criminal act, what Putin has done, and I do have moral problems with it. I think war is horrific, and civilians needlessly die and suffer every time war is carried out. It kills soldiers on both sides that don't have to die. It just breeds hostility and resentment between two countries that have these historic roots and ties. I think war can only be accepted as an absolute last resort. And I'm not afraid to say that while I understand the central role of the US in creating this tinderbox, I still condemn any illegal invasion of another country. And I think as leftists, we shouldn't be afraid to say, this is wrong. This is a violation of international law, that a standard of law needs to be applied equally to every country in the world. And I think that's consistent with progressive values, to be repelled by bombs and troops entering a country when it absolutely did not have to happen. And while I fully recognize and understand Russia's security concerns, I am afraid that this is going to escalate tensions, that this action could lead to a potentially catastrophic conflict. And, there's this weird tendency, and I think maybe it has to do with just this glorification of war, the culture, that militarism is baked into American society. And especially as anti-imperialists, I think that justifiably so, I reflexively tend to defend countries that are under attack from the US empire. But I think it's important to not reflexively take the PR of a huge capitalist
This is
country.
kind of what I've been saying, folks.
Basically using
And
this
some of
line
you
of
don't like to hear this.
denazification, right? I think it is very clear to me, at least, that this is not necessarily about denazifying Ukraine. It's about Russia stepping in and saying, we're not going to fucking take this anymore. We are going to assert ourselves on the world stage. And it's okay to have criticisms of that, attitude and policy. And to just not kind of blindly have this celebratory stance that this is all good and we need to we need to just reflexively defend what Russia is doing. I feel like there has to be a nuanced discussion where we give oxygen to many facets on the left. And this includes people in the communist parties in Russia. It includes leftists.
And by the way, when it comes to the Communist Party of Russia, I mean, they're kind of where I'm taking my cues from this personally. It's like I've been looking at them. Recognizing these breakaway republics was, I think, a good thing. That was a good thing. And what the Communist Party of Russia is saying is like, whoa, this is like going way farther than what we were saying. And I think that's pretty fair. I don't think we should, when we take all these very real complaints, these very real, legitimate security concerns, which I've been pointing this out for weeks. So don't say that I'm taking some, like I'm being turning into some NATO guy. It's not true. I've been talking about these very legitimate security concerns for weeks. When we take this stuff, though, and this idea of denazification, we just uncritically parrot it. We are, I think, crossing a line into doing PR for the Russian government, and we're just buying their notion that they're taking part in some kind of humanitarian intervention. I don't think we should do that. Like I've said, if they went into Donbass, and even if they moved in troops and tanks and defended those citizens in Donbass and tried to stop the fighting, I would probably be sitting here supporting that. I would think that was fairly legitimate. I think this has gone a little bit too far. And I don't think it should be like weird or it doesn't make you pro NATO or pro US to just be like, this is way more than I think what anyone was expecting, or way more than what anyone should consider like a legitimate response to this stuff. Even though you have to still acknowledge the role NATO has played in pushing things to this point, which I will not ever stop pointing out. Yeah, and fuck the CIA indeed for making this conversation so difficult. Yeah. So let's have nuance about that, like Abby's saying. I will not stop pointing out the role that the West has played and NATO has played, and I think that's the primary thing I'm going to continue talking about since I live in the West, and my Canadian government has been a big part of this response. We can do that and not just uncritically support everything that Russia's doing or uncritically swallow their PR about this kind of humanitarian intervention. Newgrass, thanks for continuing your gift sub. For some reason, those don't trigger alerts, but thank you, Newgrass. Yeah, no, but I agree with that, Dimitri. What were they supposed to do? They literally spoon-fed the West about this multiple times. It would have been labeled an invasion entering the Donbass area. Also, Nazis are going to let you protect those regions without resistance. And I agree with that, Dimitri. And if they had gone in to Donbass, certainly it would have been called an invasion. I mean, they called it an invasion when they just recognized the Republic. Recognize these breakaway republics, as I pointed out when I did my stream right leading up to this, and I said Russia invades with quotation marks, as many fine friends of the stream came to remind me the next day when they did actually invade. That's what I mean. They called it an invasion anyway. They would have called it an invasion, certainly, if they had just moved into the Donbass. But you know what? I would say that's legitimate. It's legitimate to do that. I would be making that argument. I think they've gone past the point where it's legitimate. We should have nuance about this, but first and foremost, though, let's not lose sight of the role that we've played in creating these exact conditions. I think that's, if you're living in the West, that should be your primary focus.
Who I'm sure are protesting the invasion in the streets right now.
Really have to go to the bathroom.
And I want to get into that too, Brian, but I also want to get into what Putin's speech actually detailed. His speech announced this military operation. And it was very surreal because it's very hard to find the transcript in Western media. Of course, they just pick out the facets that are the most bellicose and belligerent.
Taking a look at all the legitimate reasons that Russia had, part of the reason that I think it's so dangerous, not just because there's civilians that are dying and being terrorized now that had nothing to do with this shit, Part of it is because I feel like it's made peace almost less likely than more likely. And it seems like things are just escalating. Now you've got all these governments clamoring for nukes and clamoring to get into NATO and escalating and escalating. And I just feel like regardless of how legitimate you think this is or how legitimate these reasons are, it does feel like it's pushed things past this point where everything is fucking escalating and escalating in a very, very dangerous way. It's a fucking dangerous game. To say nothing of the consequences that we're going to see with energy prices and inflation and all this stuff that's going to certainly be a large role in that as well. This is what scares me right now. There's a real, very real possibility, and I blame NATO as well. I do, and you should. We can and should blame NATO and continue to call for NATO to be abolished, which I do. There's a very, very real possibility that this continues to escalate and gets way, way beyond what any of us was ever expecting, which is going to be a fucking disaster for everybody. That's a big part of the reason, to say nothing of the civilians that are being punished right now. That's a big part of the reason why I think it was a big mistake and an overreach. Also, fuck NATO.
Talking about how we're nuclear armed power and we're going to retaliate with our full nuclear arsenal if anyone tries to impede what we're doing. Of course, those are picked up and put on the front pages. But what you don't see are all of the excerpts about NATO that legitimize everything that you're saying and what Putin has used to justify this. And it all.
Yeah, Papa Zhao. This video that we're watching talks a lot about that. We've talked a lot about this on the stream already. I don't want to relitigate all the conversations about NATO and NATO expansion. If you do want to watch this VOD, we'll get into that. And if you want to watch the video that we're watching right now,
also really omits this entire bizarre anti-communist underpinning of what he's doing. So can you speak to this virulent focus on anti-communism? I mean, he talks about the Soviet policy of self-determination, Lenin and the Bolsheviks, and the Russian Empire under the Tsar. I guess just
sorry, I gotta keep this video. I can't keep stopping it. What I want to know is why this conflict specifically is so dangerous and not American intervention in the Middle East. Well, because as our Western journalist friends have been pointing out, in the Middle East, they're just like naturally predisposed to violence and misery and war, so they just deserve it, number one. Number two, America and our allies are allowed to bomb and overthrow and destabilize and kill and assassinate and all that stuff. We're allowed to do that, and that's okay. That's the main reason. And the whether you think it's fair or not, and I don't think it's fair, but the reason this is escalating now is because this is an official Western enemy that's starting it in a predominantly white country. That's the reason. It doesn't mean that it's fair or that it's right, but it's still the reality that we have to accept right now. And we got to continue this video because it's getting late.
Walk us through this speech and also, the division and the space that we need to understand the difference.
As long as it's south of a certain parallel.
In this instance.
Yeah, I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to address all of these issues, in fact, including what the orientation should be of the U.S. anti-war movement, or for myself, Marxist and socialist movement. I want to be able to have enough time to be able to address that.
I think this is getting to the end soon, and then it's going to go to the Q&A section. I think I'll just do the whole talk, or probably after this point, we'll probably think about closing it. Maybe we can continue the rest tomorrow or another time. I don't think we can do that. I can't do another hour. I can't do another hour of this video. It's going to take fucking 3 hours to get through.
Because I feel that while this is a terrible war, because as you said, there's so much death and destruction that happens in any war, and also the fact that Russians are invading Ukraine and Russians are killing Ukrainians and Ukrainians killing Russians when they were one people. They were the Soviet people working together against fascism, up until the collapse of the Soviet Union. I mean, it can't be more tragic and more distressing.
Horrible.
And I think to lightheartedly become a cheerleader or think that this is just a wonderful event is sort of it's a disgrace, actually, in terms of a correct understanding of the history. I do believe that the United States is responsible
for
the crisis, and I do believe the United States presented
back
to
tomorrow. Come back
Putin
tomorrow.
and to the Russian establishment a set of options that the Russians had made clear were unacceptable, and that under no circumstances were they going to allow Ukraine
Wiggles,
to be a staging ground for advanced nuclear missiles against Russia. So Russia, I think for the past few months, has been saying, let's negotiate. These are our red lines. We're really serious. We're amassing 150,000 troops to show you how serious we are. And in each and every instance, the U.S. said no to that, where it would have been so easy to say yes. What would have been wrong with Ukraine having been a neutral country? So I want to just say I really fully, while I don't support Russia's invasion into Ukraine, I do want to emphasize, especially for Americans, how the United States government, the government that speaks in our name, is fully responsible for this getting to this point. It didn't need to be this place, which doesn't mean Putin and the Russian government don't have responsibility as well. And I want to come back and talk about that. But to your question about Putin's speech, it was an extremely revealing speech. He made it February 21st. He's made 3 speeches, I believe, this week now. February 21st, which is the day before the coup, 8 years to the day before the coup that changes everything in Ukraine. And he gives basically a historic explanation for why it's sort of a grievance. It's a long grievance about Russia's relationship with Ukraine. And he basically blames Vladimir Lenin and the Bolsheviks for the current crisis.
Why does Juan Guaido have a Ukraine flag in his bio? Probably because once they take out Zelensky for trying to negotiate, they're going to install Guaido. He's going to be the brand new Ukrainian president. Congratulations, Juan Guaido. New Ukrainian president. Very remarkable. What a remarkable career this man has had.
And for the dissolution of the Soviet Union, which is phenomenal, given the fact that the man who appointed Putin to be his successor, Boris Yeltsin, who was a capitalist counter-revolutionary, was in fact the person who literally dissolved the Soviet Union on December 16th, 1991, when he signed a decree illegally and arbitrarily ending the Union. He was the president of Russia at that time. So Putin doesn't condemn Boris Yeltsin, the capitalist counter-revolutionary. Instead, he condemns Lenin. So and Lenin's Lenin's sin, according to Putin, is twofold. One,
you don't say bad. You don't bad shit talk
Ukraine was created as a separate republic by the Treaty of 1922 that forms the Soviet Union in 1924 in the Constitution. So there's a treaty signed between a few republics. There's 4 at the time: Russia, Ukraine, Belarus. They formed the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. And in that constitution that ratifies that in 1924, it's also stipulated that each of the republics has the right to secede, meaning the right to be self-determining, the right of self-determination, the right to leave the union if they feel the union is not, doing what it needs to do for the people of that republic. So Lenin insisted on this right of self-determination because he said, our problem in building socialism in the territories of the former Russian Empire is great Russian chauvinism, meaning that Russia, which was the prison house of oppressed minorities and minority peoples and ethnicities and nationalities, cultivated the equivalent of kind of a white supremacy against the other non-Russian peoples. And Lenin said to build solidarity between Ukrainian and Georgian workers, or the workers of the Baltics, or the workers of any of the former Soviet Russian Empire, we have to show we're past that. We're past that. And as a matter of fact, not only are we past it, but your connection or federation or union with us Russians, will be based on your right to divorce, your right to say the marriage isn't working. The right of self-determination, the right of secession is for republics what the right of divorce is for couples. It means at a certain point, if you feel the relationship isn't working, you can leave. If all the power is one side of the relationship and there's no power, no ability for the other side to leave, then it's not a real marriage, it's a subjugation. And Lenin said the only way to build international solidarity between the various working classes of different ethnicities and nationalities is to guarantee the right of self-determination. And Putin demagogically says, this is, if you want to call Ukraine anything, you could call it Vladimir Lenin's Ukraine. He said, because by creating Ukraine and allowing it to be independent from Russia, that meant that they sowed the seeds for the later dissolution of the Soviet Union. And he said, basically, this is a theft by the Bolsheviks of Russian land from Russia. So that's important, because when we heard that speech on February 21st, we in the PSL and in the left, we were like, what the hell? We've never fully heard Putin develop his anti-Leninist positions so fully. But obviously, Putin says Lenin made a mistake at Brest-Litovsk, meaning when they signed the treaty, this is part of his speech, he said, he gave away Ukraine to Germany. He gave Ukraine to Germany. The treaty that was signed in March 1918 between the Russian Revolutionary Government and the German Empire in 1918 at Brest-Litovsk allowed Germany to basically annex Ukraine. But Lenin's position at that time was, we had a revolution. We no longer have an army. We're being invaded by 14 imperialist armies. We can't fight a war against Germany, so we'll sign a treaty. It's a humiliating treaty, but we don't have any option. We can't do it. And so Putin demagogically denounces Lenin for having signed the treaty, which was absolutely necessary for the Russians to do. He also denounces Lenin for having the position of revolutionary defeatism.
Siege socialism.
It's clear that revolutionary
siege socialism. Why did they need it? They're supposed to be creating this workers' paradise. Why do they need a KGB? Why do they need an army? Well, it's because they're under threat. They're under siege from minute one. From fucking moment one, they're under siege. So they have to make these compromises and do these things. That's why we can't have any more internal opposition. We can't have internal opposition right now. We've got the imperialist countries trying to destroy us. We can't have opposition right now. Sorry. They're under squeege. I didn't say squeege. That's not true.
Defeatism meant that the Bolsheviks took the position, we prefer the defeat of our own czarist government or bourgeois government in an international imperialist war than its victory, because our real enemy is at home. Our real enemy are the capitalists here. They're not in Germany or France or Britain or the United States. We're fighting the class struggle here. And he also recommended that the German comrades and the French comrades and the British comrades and the American comrades take the same position. Everybody take the position of not defending their own imperialist bourgeoisie in the war. So Putin denounces Lenin for revolutionary defeatism. He says that's unpatriotic. It gave away Russian land. He denounces him for Brest-Litovsk. He denounces him for creating Ukraine, and he denounces him for the right of self-determination. That can only be understood by anybody who's paying attention to history and politics, that Putin's appeal the day before he's about to invade Ukraine is not to the left.
When you're talking about paying attention to history and understanding this context, it's kind of weird sometimes where it feels like, I wouldn't personally describe myself as a Marxist-Leninist. I think to do so, you should be part of like a revolutionary party, which I am not. If you've been watching the stream, you can probably tell that I'm quite sympathetic to the immortal science of Marxism-Leninism. And it's very interesting when you're having this kind of historical context or historical or dialectical materialism, it kind of seems like Marxist-Leninists are the ones that have these fucking answers. And when you want to understand any situation that's going on, such as this current invasion of Ukraine by Russia, it seems like our Marxist-Leninist friends and comrades have the answers. They have the answers for why this stuff is happening. Seems like this Lenin guy had some interesting ideas. I agree. It's weird how history is a weapon. It's right.
Not to the workers and to the peasants of Ukraine. This is an appeal to the Russian right. And I think it's really important for the left, including the left that sees NATO as the aggressor, to not follow Putin, not to put Putin on a pedestal, not to follow this anti-communist core sort of Russian chauvinist orientation towards non-Russian peoples. I mean, he says other things that are not chauvinistic, but nonetheless, he was making this really unique historical argument for why Ukraine could be reincorporated into Russia as it had been under the Tsar. And then the invasion happens, and it's clear what's the purpose of the invasion. What is Putin actually trying to do? He's trying to make it, one, we have to be very clear about this. Putin is trying to make it clear to NATO, Ukraine will never be part of NATO. And that's obviously what he's saying. Two, he says he's going to denazify the country, meaning the fascists who are attacking the people in the East are going to be captured and they're going to be put on trial or they're going to be killed. That will be popular in Russia. That will be a very popular talking point in Russia. Unfortunately, some people in the West think that all of Ukraine is Nazified, which is not true. That's not what Ukraine is. That's not a correct, objective, accurate assessment. And the other thing that,
I understand why it's popular.
He's signaling to the West, and this is very important, that the period of appeasement between Russia and the West that's existed since 1991, when they appeased them on Iraq, they appeased them on Libya, they stopped appeasing on Syria, but now the appeasement has ended. He said, basically, we wanted to have a negotiated settlement, but you said no. We're done with negotiating. We're now going to show you that Russia is a great power. And so that's why this has changed global politics, because it's the reemergence of Russia under a bourgeois leadership, demonstrating that it is a major world power and willing to use military force against NATO or NATO-inspired machinations. That's nothing like this has happened in world politics since the collapse of the Soviet Union.
And that's multipolarity. Exactly. Again, I've talked about multipolarity a lot on this stream. It's the multipolar world. I've talked about this a lot over the last year. I agree with it. I support it. I welcome the new multipolar world. I welcome the decline of the U.S. empire and NATO and all these institutions. Fuck NATO, indeed. It's a bit scary. Again, like Brian's saying, we certainly shouldn't put Putin on a pedestal. Whether you like it or not, Russia is a part of this new multipolar world. They're part of this growing kind of alliance with China and with Nicaragua and Iran and Venezuela and Cuba and all these countries that have been under the boot of U.S. imperialism for a long time. It's scary. It's scary what is happening. The defeat of the West is good, in my opinion, and I do agree with that, Red Scary. I do agree with that. It is scary what's happening. The world is just tilting on its axis right now. A whole new world is emerging. A new world struggles to be born, as the quote goes. Now is the time of monsters. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. Thank you for the Prime sub, Dad Gamer. Hell yeah, I'm also a dad gamer. I'm a big-time gamer over here and a dad, so you're going to fit right in here. So I do support this, regardless of whether I don't support this current invasion. I think it's scary I've laid out the reasons time and time again. I don't need to get into it again. We shouldn't put Putin on a pedestal, but the reality is this is the emergence of this multipolar world right now. And whether you like it or not, we're here. We're in it. No, like that's what I mean. The Patsoak guys, they are doing the based Putin anti-imperialist thing, which I don't think we should be doing. And you can recognize that Russia is a strong component of this multipolar world, which is something we support. But that doesn't mean we need to uncritically support every single thing that they do. That's the key distinction, which people are doing, and it's unfortunate.
Exactly. And I want to get to some of the audience questions in a second, but I wanted to just dovetail off of what you're saying to just talk about the disgusting Eurocentrism at play across the Western media. I mean, it is quite disgusting that everyone lines up in outrage when...
Great point out, Ron. Doing that very enemy of my enemy is my friend thing is why a bunch of West liberals are now seal-clapping Ukrainian neo-Nazis. Exactly. We don't need to do the same thing. Really good point. And Cradbabe says, I wouldn't be surprised if they somehow drag China into this confrontation. And to their credit, China, who's kind of who I'm kind of following their lead, I think, in this whole multipolar world thing. Russia's kind of their fucking unhinged friend that they're kind of trying to form an alliance with. China's acting like the grown-up in the room here. They're trying to de-escalate. They're trying to encourage dialogue and diplomacy. Hopefully that is going to work. That is what I am hoping for. And it seems like as the violence is stepping up, it seems like they're stepping up their rhetoric about it too. They have this alliance with Russia, but their rhetoric around this is getting a lot sharper when they're talking about sovereignty, including sovereignty for Ukraine. If this thing is going to de-escalate, and I hope to fucking God that it does, I hope China's going to be in the driver's seat of that. Didn't they drive a boat in the Taiwan Strait yesterday? I don't know. I didn't see that. Red Scary. I didn't see that. It is interesting. I mean, people have said like, well, now China could invade Taiwan and stuff like that, and it's like that's a whole separate discussion. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole right now. But remember, even our own government recognizes that there's only one country of China, and that Taiwan is part of China. Even our own government recognizes this. Even though while we're arming and funding Taiwan as well, it's a little bit different from Ukraine because Ukraine is still technically, even if it's kind of west of a Western puppet, it is still a sovereign country, whereas Taiwan is literally part of China. That's our whole government policy. Is this? Do you trust China? Yeah, I don't really see any reason not to. I certainly don't trust there's been a massive years-long propaganda campaign to make us not trust China, and I am very skeptical about that. When I see every single news source telling us not to trust China and to be afraid of China, my inclination is to start wondering what is going on there and to push back on this. And generally in this situation, they have acted like the adults in the room. They're the only country, the major country right now, future world power, encouraging de-escalation and dialogue rather than escalate, which is what Canada, the United States, and all these other psychotic Western countries are doing. China's literally working on a high-speed rail to and from the mainland as part of a normalization process for unification. Yeah, that's a whole separate story. We don't need to go down that rabbit hole.
Europeans are being attacked. Yet in the same week, Yemenis, Somalis have also been bombed. This is by these same Western forces.
Like Taiwan won't join NATO because first of all, it's the North Atlantic treaty. Taiwan is not exactly in the North Atlantic, but again, there's not a separate country of Taiwan. There's only China. It's the one China policy. Even the United States government recognizes this.
Syria?
Yep, Syria, pretending to be the moral arbiter of everything that's good and holy. And it's just disgusting because it really reveals this is a conscious decision to keep these wars going and being fueled by the worst partnerships on earth, Saudi, Israel. I mean, the list goes on and on. Then you get to the fog of war. And apologies if I sound differently. My computer was dying, so I had to take out the mic. But then you have this fog of war, Brian, where it's actually really hard to discern what is going on the ground in Ukraine. Everywhere you look, there's a discrepancy in casualty count, in troop deployment, in targets. Even the videos and pictures that we're seeing, I can't trust yet because they've already had to issue retractions saying, oh no, that's from Israel bombing Gaza. Oh no, this is from a video game, actually.
Roscoe, I don't think this is the place for you.
Ludicrous. And so it really is hard to even figure out what to think as of yet because it is so convoluted. You have talking points coming out there saying the Ukrainian army is basically falling apart. They look super weak. They're forcing people to conscript. And basically Sky News is hosting a live workshop on how to build a Molotov cocktail.
The propaganda
you cannot make
here
this
has
up.
just been absolutely
Meanwhile,
ludicrous.
Palestinians are terrorists for throwing rocks at tanks.
It's been unbelievable.
And I almost wonder, is this some sort of head fake? Like, the Ukrainian army is so weak that now we need to pour more money and weapons in. And in fact, that's what Biden just did today. He just announced that he's sending another $350 million in, I think, in weapons, instead of seizing everything and saying, we need to negotiate right now. We need to take this seriously. We need to sit down at the table. And instead, they're just funneling more money and weapons into a very, very volatile situation. And, I just can't really go without saying this. I think that there were several other diplomatic options for Russia. Like, I could see if the paperwork was about to be signed on the NATO alliance and Ukraine was about to step into NATO, that was not this was not imminent in terms of if Russia didn't invade today, they would have joined NATO tomorrow. Like, diplomacy could have been pursued on the grounds of maybe lobbying other NATO states like Germany to potentially take Russia's side. And let's just give Russia the benefit of the doubt. Okay, they wanted to go in and protect these Russian areas from the insurgencies that were being fueled by the US. Well, they didn't stop there, right? As we know, they went beyond independent regions, and they now are attempting, it looks like, to go full steam ahead, taking the capital and potentially pursuing regime change across the whole country, depending on how this all plays out. So for me, I feel like, if Russia's big concern was stopping Ukraine from joining NATO, I feel like this was not an imminent enough threat to justify this, and certainly not all options were exhausted here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's the political goal, or the military political goal of the Russian military intervention, is to create a new government in Ukraine. And I think up until now, they've been demanding that Ukraine be neutral. But if in fact Russia selects the new government in Ukraine, it won't be neutral. It will be part of a Russian sphere of influence in that part of the world. And the problem, I think, for Russia, and I don't know what the calculation is. Putin said, we're not going to occupy the land. But when you carry out this large-scale military intervention and want to create a new pro-Russian government, or a government that swears it won't join NATO, how do you enforce that without occupation? So this is like an unknown right now in terms of the military factor. Like, and if Ukrainian resistance, and I agree with you, the fog of war, either just because it is the fog of war or because it's deliberately created, we don't really know what's going on. And it's really important for people in the left, in the anti-war movement, who are independent voices against their own government's imperialist orientation and policy and structures, not to think we know things that we don't know, not to become experts and profound, speakers about that which we have very scant information. So we don't really know. But if Ukraine's resistance were to continue, and this isn't a quick rollover by the Russian military, this thing could escalate very rapidly into a regional or global conflict. I mean,
maybe we'll see it tomorrow.
When we talk about this is a new day in global politics, this is a new day that could lead to a kind of crisis that the world, and certainly Europe, hasn't seen since the late 1930s. People should not minimize the absolute danger. That's why I think it's so, for Americans especially, we have to say to our government, or the government that speaks in our name, you're reckless.
Roscoe, number one, so we're not, this isn't debate club. I don't want to get into a big back and forth here. It should just roll over. I've spent weeks talking about the context of this conflict, okay? The reality is, the Ukrainian government, alongside the West, have pushed and pushed and pushed. They've been fighting a civil war for now years and years. The West has been arming and funding militias to fight this civil war. There's been a number of different off-ramps before now to prevent this from happening. And they've been rejected each and every time. That's what's led to this escalation now, okay? And yes, they can escalate until it gets to World War III, or they can give some concessions, promise to be neutral, recognize those breakaway republics, and maybe everyone can go home and stop getting killed. Okay, those are the options. Continuing to escalate means more Ukrainians dying, means more Russians dying, which could possibly mean more Europeans dying if it starts to envelop more of Europe. No matter who you are, no matter what side you're like cheering on here, you should be encouraging de-escalation, dialogue, diplomacy. Okay? That's all. No more escalation.
provocative, aggressive actions have brought the world possibly to the brink of World War III, which doesn't mean you have to then endorse every military move or political statement of the country that the United States or NATO are in conflict with. You don't have to do that. We can retain an objective faculty. But if the goal of the Russian military is to carry out regime change, which it seems like that's what the goal is.
Kind of does.
The goal is to have in power in Kiev a government that's committed to Russia or to not entering NATO. That means this is a long-term operation that we're just at the beginning of. The only way that could conceivably end would be as if there's an emergency, a summit whereby the United States and NATO powers, but it's really the United States. NATO is not really it's the Americans. If the United States sat down with the Russians and said, look, here's what we're going to do. You leave right now. We're going to...
Roscoe, you're ignoring what the Ukrainian military and what NATO in the West has been doing. If you're framing this as something that's just purely an act of Russian aggression that happened on Thursday, it's not accurate. That is not accurate. Okay, there's been killing on both sides. There's been predominantly killing on the Ukrainian side for the last 8 years. Okay, 13,000 people have died in this region in eastern Ukraine. They're trying to form these breakaway republics, predominantly people in eastern Ukraine, ethnically Russian people. That's the reality, okay? You might not like it, that's the reality. Pretending that this is just Russia getting their way is just not accurate, okay? You might think that might be Putin propaganda or whatever, but it isn't. That's just the reality. That's the context. The idea that this is just Russia rolling in and being a bully and getting their way is just not true. Okay, even if I'm against this invasion and I think this invasion is bad, which I do, to be totally clear, the idea that this is just a completely one-sided conflict is just not true. Okay, that's just not. It's not helpful to try and frame things like that. That's not the reality of what happened.
Devolve authority to different regions in Ukraine. We're going to absolutely go along with your idea that NATO, Ukraine will not be moved into a NATO sphere of influence. It doesn't need formal membership. NATO was becoming a de facto member. Ukraine was becoming a de facto member of NATO without formal membership. But the U.S. could stop right now and say,
Roscoe, I would recommend you take a look at this entire video, okay? I don't want to relitigate all this. We've talked about this endlessly. It's not just a matter of them wanting to become independent. There's the whole context of the previous 20 years and everything that happened in 2014 with the Maidan coup, which was backed by the United States. It's all contained in this video. I recommend you watch it, and then you can get more of the context. Okay? And then you'll understand these things. It's not just about, we just decided we wanted to be independent one day and they tried to be independent. That's not what happened.
Let's do that. Is there a will, a desire, or the courage within the U.S. government to say, under the circumstances of a Russian military offensive in Ukraine, that they want to sit down and make concessions to Russia? I don't think so. I don't see Biden or any of these hardliners from either party. And it's not just the whole American political scene is hardliner. I don't see them doing it. That's why this is such a dangerous moment. We don't know how it ends. We don't know how this ends. But we do know that the Russians have decided that they're done negotiating. That's what makes this. And again, I just want to emphasize for people, don't be glib about this. Take a serious look at what's happened. The Putin government in...
This video is the first time I heard why the EU deal was rejected back in the day. Can't believe I missed that critical information until now. Well, it's not like this information has been freely available to everyone. It's not like we hear about this in our media, right? This has been deliberately obfuscated from us. Which is why it's so important to turn to people like Brian in these moments who have actually been fucking paying attention to history.
Russia has decided that the era of appeasement with the West has ended, and they're going to use military force to recreate a buffer zone for what they think is necessary for Russian security. And that means that when you look at the cost benefit outside of the war, you mentioned just the horror of war, the loss of life, the loss of human solidarity.
Thank you. I'm madly in love with you. Thank you for your your nice comment. I appreciate that.
The awfulness of war. But just think about some of the other costs to the Russians. Germany and France were not supporting the United States, including Ukraine, into NATO. Germany was not for it at all. The German people in the main don't want this. Europeans who know what war is like because they had World War I and World War II, they don't want war. So the idea that this invasion will give Russia more security remains to be seen. I mean, it might if there's some new negotiations, or it could mean that Russia has lost the possible support of Germany and France, even though it was a very weak support.
Would
But
Russia join NATO
I
if
felt
we
that the
invited
Russians
them?
were kind of
It's
winning.
not going to happen. They're not going to be invited. So like, there's zero point in engaging in this kind of thought experiment. It's not that invitation is not going to be forthcoming. I mean, there was talk of that in the 90s. Russia thought they could maybe join NATO, and that offer was rejected because NATO still wanted to continue to destabilize them, even if they had overthrown the Soviet Union. So that offer is not going to be offered, is not going to be on the table anytime soon. So we don't really need to have this thought experiment about that because it's not going to happen.
The information war in the last couple months because the world didn't want this to happen. And the world was sort of confronted with the choice. Do you really want to militarize Ukraine and risk World War III or not?
And we said yes.
I think the cards that
we said yes,
the Russians had that they were playing with, they've played them now. And right now they're being just condemned. In Europe today, most of the left is protesting against NATO and against Russia. There are different parts of the left. There's the old CP left, which says, like, led by the KKE in Greece and some of the other main parties, the historic parties of the world communist movement. They now say, look, Russia is an imperialist country, and these are two imperialisms fighting each other. Ironically, the Trotskyists or semi-Trotskyists, like the Cliffites who were around the ISO, they've always had the position that the Soviet Union was an imperialist country even before the collapse of the Soviet Union. So they now say this is two imperialisms fighting each other.
We talked about this on Friday.
Other people have taken more nuanced positions. From my point of view and from the point of view of PSL, and certainly my point of view as a longtime Marxist and socialist, I don't view Russia as an imperialist, a part of the imperialist world. I think that
this is what I was saying on Friday. Some people weren't really very happy about it. I was saying this on Friday, talking about how imperialism isn't just when another country invades another country. That's not what that actually has a specific meaning. People were not very happy about this when I was pointing this out, but I'm happy Brian is backing me up on this.
If Russia had been admitted into the imperialist club, they would have been glad to join at a certain point. But that's not how the U.S. views Russia. The U.S. has viewed Russia since 2000 and really since 1997, that if Russia gets back on its feet at all, and the U.S. obviously wouldn't incorporate, Russia asked, why don't you incorporate us into NATO? But by the way, the Soviets asked that too in 1954, before they formed the Warsaw Pact. The Stalin had just died. The Soviets said, look, we'll join NATO and we support the reunification of Germany in 1954, to which the U.S. at that time said, no, you're not coming into NATO. And by the way, we're going to incorporate West Germany into NATO. So that was when the Soviets formed the Warsaw Pact. Now the reason the United States can't treat Russia as an equal major power, even though
the Red Scare had a deeper imprint on U.S. minds past the actual dissolution of the USSR. Yeah, we're really seeing that play out now, aren't we, Baron of Funk? You saw it was dormant for years, right? It was dormant. It got revived in 2016 with Russiagate. It was like the Red Scare was being shocked back to life. Those electric shocks. It got shocked back to life, and now we're way right stuck in it again, aren't we? And it's only going to escalate from here if we think this is only the very beginning. This is only the very beginning of this new Red Scare. I've talked about this over the last year, and it's escalated so much just in the last 3-4 days. There is no telling how far this shit's going to go. It can possibly get quite scary for people like us, actually. I don't want to speculate too much about that. But Oh, yeah. Oh, is it ever back?
It's a big country, isn't because Russia has this competition with American imperialism for markets and raw materials and vying with U.S. imperialism all over the world for influence. That's not it. If the United States treats Russia as an equal because it's now a capitalist-led country, then Germany and other countries in Europe will gravitate in the direction of Russia. They are the natural trading partners and political partners, especially Germany. And so the U.S. fears the loss of its hegemony that established after World War II with the creation of the UN, the creation of the IMF, the World Bank, the Bretton Woods Agreement that made the dollar the world currency. The U.S. tried to create a unipolar world then in 1945. Russia was the Soviet Union. It was a socialist government. It didn't have colonies. It wasn't part of the world imperialist system. It got basically destroyed as an entity and is getting back on its feet on a capitalist rather than socialist basis. But that doesn't mean that there should be equivalency between Russia and the US, France, Britain, and the other imperialist countries. In fact, it's precisely because Russia's not in the imperialist camp that it can gravitate under pressure from U.S. imperialism in the direction of the People's Republic of China, which is led by a communist party, gravitate in the direction of supporting Iran, supporting Cuba, supporting Venezuela, supporting Nicaragua. In other words,
this is good.
Even though it's a bourgeois country, because it's not in the imperialist club, it is being pushed in the direction of the more progressive independent governments, not for ideological or political reasons, but for reasons of national self-interest.
Which is amazing because it's U.S. belligerents
right, and I think that addresses
this.
One of the questions in the chat about why didn't.
Okay, that's all. We can watch the Q&A section. That was excellent though. I'm happy we watched all of this. I had tons of more to talk about, but I've been going 4 hours, 15 minutes. I got to call it for today. I will be back early tomorrow. I'm going to be back early tomorrow. We got plenty more to talk about. There's going to be more developments tonight. I got more saved tweets and stuff that we can take a look at. Okay? Thank you, Brian and Abby. That was a really, really informative and interesting talk. Really, really enjoyed that. Way more. There's tons more things that I had to talk about, but it's just like I have to pee so bad. I did not take a break. I didn't take a break this whole time. I've been going all day. I've been out at the Biodome earlier. I've had a big day over here. I could watch a stream for hours, and I do. Thank you, Doc. And I love it. And I love it. And honestly, if my family was not here, I would stream for another 2-3 hours. But I do have family. I can hear my light is getting turned on because I can hear my kid running around and going crazy. I got to go see what's going on with him soon. What's my closing song here? Okay, join the Discord server. All right. If you're a new viewer, please join the Discord server. That's where the community goes when the stream's not happening. Rough time for tomorrow's stream. I'm gonna say 10:30. Maybe 11. I'm gonna try because I've got a hard cutoff tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm doing some more family stuff tomorrow. So, goddamn, Rob's family dragging down our parasocial relationship and definitely not cult. I know. Unbelievable. Only join the Discord if you're normal. Don't be a jerk. Don't be a snitch. So I will be back tomorrow. Okay. I think Afro Socialista mentioned that the culture was culture is going to be talking about more of this stuff, talking about especially the racism that Afro-Ukrainians have been experiencing. Sure to be some excellent analysis over there on this stuff. 420. 420 Street. Very nice. I'll hit raid right at 420.69. How about that? Wait, no, that would be 421 and 9. Fuck. I'm losing track of like what time is. Thanks again, folks. I'll talk to you tomorrow. That's all. Thanks for watching. Abolish NATO. We can't speak it into existence, but we can still say it. It's not illegal to say yet. Abolish NATO. This is NATO's fucking fault. Sorry. NATO's fault. Canada out of NATO. US out of NATO. Fuck NATO. Abolish it. Talk to you tomorrow.